Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
And Noir Detective Mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
Ever hear the name Borla, Ken?
Borla? I should hope to tell you, Chief.
All right. He was last heard of in Central America, Libertago, to be exact. He's believed to be planning a coup d'etat there. You realize what that would mean?
Oh, sure. To be a threat to the whole hemispheric security.
Right. And you can quote the authorities at Libertago on it. It's at their urgent request that you're flying there tonight. Plane leaves in an hour.
Good.
One thing, Ken. Borla may have his men in key spots, even in the government. Watch your step.
Don't you worry, I will.
There's only one X, you know, even in the alphabet. But seriously, Ken, if there's anything I can do.
There is, Chief?
Yes?
How much did you give Pagan to find me?
Robber charged me $25.
Slip him another 50 if he'll promise not to find me before I take off for Libertago. I beg your pardon. Hello.
Buenas noches. I am sorry to laugh at you.
Oh, no, don't be. A laugh like that, nobody should be sorry for.
Oh, senor, you say such a nice thing, and in such a way.
Lots of things I'd like to say, the same way. I hope I'll have until tomorrow noon when we get to Libertago.
Oh, yes. And to think how much I had dreaded this trip, Mr. What is your name?
Thurston, Ken Thurston.
I am Marie Virba.
Marie Virba.
But now I tell you why I laugh, yes?
Yes.
I sit down beside a man with hat over the eyes and his head held low. Not until the plane is off the ground does he raise his eyes to glance around.
And all that time I might have been looking at you.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, Pagan.
I said to myself, now that the plane is safely up in the air, it is time to present myself to my employer.
Employer?
Victim's the word. Senorita Virba, this is Pagan Zellschmidt. Now, all right, Pagan. Now, you can go back to your seat. No.
But I came to collect the money you owe me.
Money? What for?
Do you realize how much money it cost me to make my unestimable services available to you on this trip?
Well, subtract the $100 the chief gave you not to make your services available to me.
But he only gave me 50. I swear by the father of my father.
Oh, pipe down. Go back to your seat. I'll settle with you later.
Okay, Mr. Thurston. See how I trust?
Ken, this is the man from whom you were trying to hide?
I'm always trying to hide from him.
Well, is it bad that he is along on this trip?
Oh, well, it kind of keeps me from being alone with you.
Oh, were you sleeping, Ken?
No, Mary, no, I just closed my eyes for a minute to make sure that I hadn't been dreaming all through the night and the morning.
A few more minutes, Ken. We will land in Libertago.
Oh, good.
You have business there?
Of a sort, with the Senor Florio.
Oh, Florio.
You know him?
Does anyone really know Florio? I do not think so. But you will be in Libertago long?
Depends on how long you'll be there.
I come back to Libertago to settle the estate of an only uncle. As soon as possible, I fly back to New York.
That fits my plans perfectly. You said something last night about dreading this trip.
Ken, there is in Libertago someone I fear.
Well, anything I can do?
Oh, no, Ken. Even the police here cannot cope with him.
Bola.
How did you know that?
Small world, isn't it? But why does this man make you so scared?
When I sing in a cafe in Libertago, he hears me. From then on, I have no peace. He wants to marry me.
It's the first normal thing I've ever heard about the guy.
You joke.
Oh, sorry. What happened?
I leave Libertago 6 months ago. I swear never to come back.
But now?
Now I come back with a pistol.
Oh?
But sometimes I wonder if even that will be protection enough against Borla. When night comes.
There's always Pagan.
Pagan?
Unless you can suggest some other bodyguard.
Oh, Ken, you will come.
Of course I will. It would help to know the address.
Number 17, Avenue Goya.
Number 17, Avenue Goya.
Mr. Thurston, have you really to land?
Yes, Pagan.
Good.
No. On second thought, I think I'll wait and do it with the plane.
I've been hunting all over the airport for you. Where did you disappear to when we got off the plane?
Call from Washington was waiting for me, Pagan. The chief is all head up about the situation down here.
Ah, you should have told him I'm on the job.
That's the trouble, I did. Now, let's grab that cab over there before somebody else does.
Mr. Thurston, are they expecting us here?
Only Senor Florio. He's only expecting me.
But what about me?
Like water, Pagan, you're going to seek your own level. I want you to mingle with the riffraff. Find out what you can about Baller.
You can count on me, as always.
Oh, yes. Drive up.
See you, senor.
Avenue, Gobierno, Numero. Look out, Pagan, duck. Pagan, are you all right?
I think so. Mr. Thurston, they tried to kill us.
Yeah.
But you said only Florio knew we were coming.
That, Pagan, is something I want to go into. With Florio.
Cannot shake it from my mind, Mr. Thurston, this attempt to assassinate you. Borla must have stumbled on the fact that you were coming.
That's one explanation, Senor Florio. By getting back to business again, I have a suggestion.
You have but to speak, and it shall be done.
I'm convinced that your government's right. Only one thing is holding Borla back.
Money.
Yes, Borla's got to have money, lots of it. The posting of guards at all the banks and big business houses has stymied him, temporarily. But he's going to get more desperate every minute. Senor, why don't you double the number of guards at the banks right away?
At once, Mr. Thurston. I shall notify immediately Capitan Oliphant, who is in complete charge of the campaign against Borla. Pardon.
Sure.
Hello? Oh, yes, Capitan. I'm with Mr. Ken Thurston, who has come from the United States to help us. Oh, rapidamente.
What's that?
Captain Oliphant has just made an important arrest.
One of Borla's men?
Yes, and I suggest we go and question him at once. In here now, Mr. Thurston.
Mr. Thurston,
Oh.
tell him. You know
This prisoner, he seems to know you, Mr. Thurston.
Yes. Captain Oliphant.
Si, senor.
What name did this man give?
Mr. Thurston, you can't do this to me. A joke is a joke. But this man, they don't joke. They think I'm mixed up with Borla.
Our spies heard him say he had valuable information for Borla.
That was so he would look me up. I was trying to find him.
Very suspicious. Tell me, Senor Thurston, you have seen this man before?
Oh, so many times.
Please, Mr. Thurston.
You can vouch for him, perhaps?
His own mother wouldn't vouch for him.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Now, you can let him go, Captain. He's perfectly harmless. I'll take care of him.
Really, 1,000 pardons for making you rush over here, Senor.
That's all right, Captain. Matter of fact, I'd like to have a talk with you. Can we get together, say, this evening?
Oh, with pleasure.
I also would be free, Mr. Thurston.
No need to bother you, Senor Florio.
Pardon. Hello? Si. One moment. For you, Senor Thurston.
Me? Well. Hello.
Oh, Ken.
Mary, what's the matter?
I saw him, and I think he saw me. Oh, darling,
You saw Bola? Where?
Bola?
Tell me quickly, Mary.
on Camino Harano, near the museum.
Hold on. Camino Harana, near the museum. Did you get it?
Si. I go. Senor Thurston, I will telephone you this evening. Come.
Borla is getting bored.
Hello, Mary.
Ken, darling, I am so frightened,
Bola's going to be too busy to think of you.
but I'm so worried.
Mary, let me keep you too busy to think of him.
What time is it, Ken?
10 o'clock. Good Lord, 10 o'clock. I was sure Pig would have heard from Captain Oliphant by now and sent him over here.
Maybe the Capitan has been detained. You said yourself that Bola might strike at any second.
That's all the more reason why...
Who's there?
Mr. Thurston. Mr. Thurston.
Hey, what's happened?
A big fire.
Where?
Well, it's at the government center.
Marie, I've got to run, but don't worry. Pagon will stay with you.
But I like to go to fire.
Well, this is one you're going to miss.
Oh.
Oh, now cheer up, Pagon. Where you're going sooner or later. They've got the biggest fire of all.
Mr. Thurston! Mr. Thurston! Over here!
Coming, Senor Florio. I've been looking for you.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, you might have been badly hurt in the crash of those timbers.
Oh, you could say I might have been killed.
Never will I forgive myself for having exposed you to such danger. I did not dream that the timbers were about to collapse.
Why did you call me?
Because where I was standing, it was so much safer. And I want to discuss with you this grave misfortune.
It could have been deliberate, Senor Florio.
Deliberate? What could possibly be gained by burning down the government printing office, and by whom?
Well, Bola, for one.
But how?
Wish I had the answer to that.
Oh, your pardon, Mr. Thurston, but I think you are mistaken. It is inconceivable that there could be any connection.
How about Captain Oliphant? Maybe he can point to a connection.
I have searched for the Capitan everywhere. Not since he left for Camino Arana have I been able to contact him.
He was supposed to have a talk with me tonight, as you know.
Yes, I remember.
Senor Florio! Senor Florio!
That fireman seems to have found something. Let's see.
Huh? What is it, amigo?
A body here in the rubble.
Help me lift him.
There.
Oliphant.
The Capitan. Dead. Senor, he must have been helping fight the fire.
Senor Florio, I said that maybe Captain Oliphant could point to a connection between Bola and the burning of the government printing office. He has. With a knife in his back.
And now to continue with Frigid Air's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. The threat of a coup d'etat against the Central American Republic by a man named Borla has brought Ken Thurston to Libertago. The night of his arrival, the government printing office is gutted by fire, and the man who had been on Borla's trail, Captain Oliphant, is found dead with a knife in his back. Now, shortly after midnight, in the office of the dead man.
Look here, Senor Florio.
What is it, Mr. Thurston?
A little clue to the connection between Borla and the burning of the government printing office. Here in Captain Oliphant's dossier on him.
But I myself studied the dossier from beginning to end.
Did you?
Yes, and I found nothing.
Well, I found something. Look. Several times in his game of hide and seek with the law and order boys, Borla posed as a stamp dealer.
So?
A stamp dealer. He knows stamps.
Forgive me if I seem stupid, but many people know stamps. What has that to do with the burning of the government printing office?
Isn't that where the stamps are printed?
But I still do not understand.
The director of printing may.
Senor Priest?
Yes. Find him for me. I've got to talk to him right away.
Here. Here, Senor Thurston. This is the way in which the stamps were printed.
And this is where the fire started. Now, Senor Prius, do you agree?
That there is a connection between Borla and the fire, yes. But what it is... Senor, I share Florio's ignorance.
You see, Mr. Thurston?
Just look around you, amigo. All the presses destroyed, all the plates melted down, the entire stamp supply reduced to ashes.
Senor Prius, has there by any chance been a new stamp issue recently?
Only yesterday. The Memoria issue, the first new issue in over 2... Oh?
That's it.
But if it were completely destroyed in the conflagration...
If it were completely destroyed. Well, what if it weren't? What if only the plates were destroyed? What if Borla had his hands on the new stamps, the only copies in existence? That'd be worth a fortune, a tremendous fortune.
Yes.
Now get this. It won't be the first time stamps have started a war. Far from it. D'Annunzio, when he seized Fiume in 1919. The form of Vilno in 1920. Don't you see?
Yes, now I begin to...
Timing. Everything ties in. Borla's got to be stopped before he can get out of this country to New York.
But why New York?
Because tomorrow... No, sir, help me. It's after midnight. No, today. The International Stamp Exhibition opens there.
From all over the world, stamp collectors will come.
Sure, with cash. Where else would Borla head for but New York? Oh, gentlemen, there's a lot to be done. Rapidamente.
Everything has been taken care of. We have blocked every possible means of exit from this country. And so, Mr. Thurston, through your magnificent help, Borla will never leave Libertago with those stamps.
If he hasn't left already. A lot of time went by between the start of the fire and the start of the blockade.
What, no planes left? Of this we are certain. The blockade caught him by surprise.
Let's hope so. But there's no underestimating Borla and his pals. You can bet he's planned things pretty thoroughly.
But he did not reckon with the man called Eggs.
I wouldn't even bank on that. Well, there's no point in hanging around here any longer.
No. Sleep well, Mr. Thurston.
Later. First, I've got to have another talk with that director of printing, Mr. Prius. Hickok, wake up! Hickok! Hickok, how would you like to earn an extra $50?
Mr. Thurston, did I dream it, or did you really
No,
say...
you dreamt it. And you'll also have to dream up all the rest of the money I'm supposed to pay you, unless you can explain what you're doing out here in that hammock.
Hiding so that if this terrible Borla creeps up on Marie inside the house...
You scared him away with your snoring. Pagon, when I left you here with Marie, I told you to keep your eyes open.
Who can sleep with eyes open? Besides, I made the delicious Marie give me her word that if anything happened, she would wake me.
Brilliant.
Unfortunately, Mr. Thurston, the same cannot be said of you. No. This adorable, exquisite, ravishing... This senorita, she thinks only of you all night long. Worries, I mean.
No.
Yeah, finally, at daybreak, she sends me to find out what has happened. So I tell her everything.
And with you, Pagon, everything is everything.
But she's a brave girl. She deserves to know that her heart has been given to Mr. X, who might die any minute.
I get it. That'll leave only you. If you've done half as much damage as I think you have, they'll have to bury you in that hammock. See you later.
Who is... Oh, Ken. Oh, darling, darling, hold me close.
Not a bad time of it, Marie?
Oh, do not think of me. It's you. Ken, I have made up my mind.
To what?
Come. You have enough responsibilities without having to worry about what Borla may try to do to me. And so, you see,
You're packing.
leaving on the plane 2 hours from now.
Well,
Why don't you come with me, Ken? You have already done enough. Let the others do the rest.
I kind of like to finish what I start, Marie.
Then finish it in New York. Pagon says that is where the stamps will end up.
Forget about the stamps.
You mean they've been recovered?
No. But I'm going to send some wires that'll blow up Baller's entire scheme.
Oh, I must not ask questions, I know. But you will tell me all about it later?
I'll tell you all about it now. Know anything about philately?
Oh, the hobby of postage stamps.
Uh-huh.
Well, it seems such an innocent pastime.
Marie, in the United States alone, there are 11.5 million stamp collectors. Last year, they spent close to $45 million in good American money on their collections. A business that big has to have its rules.
Yes, of course.
When a new issue of stamps is printed anywhere in the world, it isn't recognized by philatelists unless a few of the stamps are actually used in the mail. That kind of makes it really official.
Oh.
I've just been to the home of the director of printing. Now listen. Not one stamp of the Memoria issue has been used in the mail.
No.
So all I have to do is to spread word in the proper places, and Baller will find that his precious stamps are just so many pretty little scraps of paper.
Darling, I must not keep you a moment longer. Go quickly and send your messages.
Yes, Betty, I think I'd better. But if Senor Florio should phone, will you tell him I'm at the Villa Pacifico?
You are not going to your own hotel?
Oh, just a precaution.
Take every precaution, Ken. For me.
Goodbye, Mary.
Only until New York.
Mr. Thurston, I'm famished. Unless I have some breakfast immediately, I will... Ah.
Yes, Pagan, you will what?
Huh? Did you say something?
For you, Pagan, also a kiss on the forehead. Now off with you, and take good care of my Ken.
For me, a kiss on the forehead. This is the lot of pagan self. Mr. X, have mercy. Are you trying to make me dizzy?
You need help?
No, I mean, yes. I mean... Ooh. Why do we keep on going around and around so much? All these side streets and alleys.
We've got to make sure nobody follows us to the Villa Pacifico.
We'll be following ourselves if we keep this up.
Now, listen. While I'm inside the Villa Pacifico, writing the telegrams, I want you to wait outside, because somebody there may try to stop me. It's up to you to keep them from shooting me in the back.
Shoot in the back? Why don't you send them from somewhere else?
Then I'd learn nothing.
But, Mr. X...
Hold your hat, Pagan.
Oh.
All right, Pagon, just keep your eyes open and your mouth shut.
I've got him, Mr. Thurston. I've got him. But hurry up before he gets me. Please, come on.
Good boy, hang on to him.
Only he...
No!
Right on the button, Mr. X. Who is it?
That's a silly question, even from you. This, my friend, is Baller.
But, Mr. Thurston, where are we rushing to now?
The airport, Senor Florio. To get there before Marie's plane takes off.
And I suppose I'll get another kiss on the forehead.
Maybe when she finds out how you tackled Baller, she'll really kiss you.
Ah.
To me and my countrymen, Mr. Zellschmidt, you will forever be a hero.
Zellschmidt, a hero, huh?
This has been a great day for Libertago.
I still wish we'd been able to make Baller talk.
By the way, Mr. X, where did you disappear to while we were trying to find the stamps?
Oh, I had to send the police on a little errand.
The airport. And, there is the plane.
But the police, what are they doing here?
I told you, Pagan, a little errand. Come on now.
Oh, look, great excitement around the plane.
The police have got Marie. Marie!
Hands off me, you pig! I will make you pay dearly for this mistake. How dare you do... Oh, Ken, darling. Oh, thank goodness you've come.
Hello, Marie.
Oh, darling, make them put an end to this outrage.
But, my angel, I was the one who sent them here.
Oh. No, it isn't true.
Just as you told Baller to knock me off before I could send those wires.
Oh, no, darling.
Nobody else knew I was going to the Villa Pacifico. And the wires, incidentally, were phonies. Those stamps had been used in the mails. Some had even been sent to the Universal Postal Union.
You devil.
Nice act, Marie. Pretending to be scared of Baller when all the time you were working along with him.
Mr. Thurston, the stamps. They found the stamps in her luggage.
Madre, I'll scratch his eyes out. I'll tear him to pieces.
That's it, Pagon. Take her in your arms. But look out for that kiss of death.
Mr. Thurston, I cannot express my country's debt to you. As a slight token, I beg you to accept this block of stamps from the Memoria issue.
No, Senor Florio. Get them to New York, fast. They'll bring enough to build you a new printing plant. And, Florio, may every one of those stamps be a symbol of good government, the kind that will survive in spite of men like Baller, who try to get personal wealth and power at the expense of the people.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you a story that will fairly knock your head off. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's script is written by Maurice Zim. And so, until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles, speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you another story of a master spy, a man with whom we crossed swords many times during and after the Great War. This drama is different from those we have gone before. It's more of a human document. The story of a young girl who nearly ruined her life by becoming enmeshed in a plot to steal the coast defense secrets of a great nation. John Holbrook will take up at this point.
Thank you, K7. Part of the story which K7 tells appeared recently in our newspapers. It was a brief dispatch that told of a young officer found guilty of selling military secrets to a foreign power. He played the last scene in his part of the drama in the early dawn.
For conduct and becoming an officer and a gentleman, for engaging in traitorous acts against the country which you have sworn to defend, for breaking your oath to uphold the honor and integrity of your flag, it is my duty to carry out the order of the military court before which you stood trial. May God give you courage.
I have no need for more courage. Give your command.
Squad, fire!
You were guilty, Mark. Guilty. But they had no right to make you face a firing squad. I heard the shots. Even the echo is gone. But I'll remember. It was murder. Legal murder. But I'll make them pay, Mark. I'll make them pay.
Shari, for that was her first name, had been a blind for her sweetheart's correspondence. Without realizing that she was under suspicion, that her every move was watched, she crossed the border into another country and called on the master spy, Larek Valkost.
So, you are the girl to whom I addressed letters for...
Please, do not mention his name. He's gone.
You loved him?
More than anything in the world.
It was a most unfortunate affair. Mademoiselle, what do you wish from me?
I want to go on with his work. I have sworn to avenge his death. I want to continue to work for you.
So, that is it. You were questioned before his trial?
No, monsieur.
You were not called before the military court?
No, they did not know of me. I saw Mark once, in prison. I offered to testify, but he would not let me. He said that nothing would happen.
And now you want revenge. Perhaps I will give you your chance, mademoiselle.
Oh, please. I know how to send through information. I even know what you want.
You know all about the calibers, range, and firing details of guns?
Yes. You have many of my letters.
Mademoiselle, I am going to let you continue to work with me. Do just as you have been doing. I shall expect a report weekly.
It will come through.
One thing more.
If you really want to avenge the death of your sweetheart, send me the new code book.
Code book? One has been issued?
Within the last 3 days, since your sweetheart's unfortunate affair. It is the one vital piece of information we need to act.
A few days later, a tall, distinguished-looking officer in uniform sat in earnest conversation with a beautiful girl at an almost deserted cafe.
This place will fill up soon, Yvonne. She always comes here in the afternoon.
Just what do you want me to do, Em?
I'll have to outline the case briefly, Yvonne. This girl, Shari, was in love with the young officer who was court-martialed. He used her as a blind to send information to Valcoast.
She's still sending information?
Yes.
Then why not arrest her?
Ladek Valcoast is the man I want, Yvonne. Perhaps through her we can get him across the border into this country. Now, here's my plan. I will point her out. Then you will go to her and present this letter. It introduces you, and it's signed with a forgery of Valcoast's name.
Oh, she will think that I am also a spy.
Yes. I shall continue to wear this uniform. You will tell her that I'm short of money, that I'm willing to talk, but that you must not be seen because the authorities are suspicious of you. Then you will bring her to me and introduce her. Here's the letter. Put it in your bag.
It would be safe, Em.
Yvonne, she comes. She is the small, blonde girl who is just entering.
Em, that girl is little more than a child. You can't mean her.
She is the one we must trap. A dangerous child.
Em, I can't do it. You must be wrong. She should be caught.
Sometimes our duty is not pleasant, Yvonne. Now go to her at once. If there's a chance, well, we'll see about that later. Remember what you're to tell her and the letter. Bring her to me.
But that girl is...
Trust me, Yvonne. Now go.
All right, Em. But I tell you, I don't like it. Mademoiselle, I must talk with you. May I sit down?
You want to talk with me?
Yes, Charlie. I've been sent by a friend. This letter will introduce me. Take it, quick.
Who is it from?
Do not speak so loud. Read it.
Oh, you are from Valcoast?
Yes. Listen carefully. We must not be seen together. Do you see the young officer, third table from the end?
Yes. Yes, I see him.
He is poor. He needs money. I'm going to take you to him. You know what to do?
He will give me information?
Anything you want to know. I must not be seen with you or him. The police know me. Valcoast's instructions are that I am to introduce the officer to you. Are you ready?
Yes. Take me to him.
A few days after their first meeting, Em and Shari talked in the evening. They walked near the waterfront, and when they were alone, Em pulled a book from under his uniform.
We can talk here, mademoiselle. No one comes to the waterfront at night. You said you wanted the new code book.
You have been able to get one?
I must have money, mademoiselle. Otherwise, I face disgrace. Here, look at this.
Naval and Military Codes. New issue. Sure, you have it.
Here, give it back to me.
Oh, but I must send it away.
No, you're too young to trust with information as important as this. The man who gets this book must come after it. It'll cost him 1 million francs.
Sure. 1 million francs.
It is my price. I have shown you the book. I trust you. Now you must trust me. Mademoiselle, who is the man who wants these codes?
Oh, I can't tell you.
Then I will be forced to sell somewhere else.
No, wait. He is Ladek Valcoast.
Ladek Valcoast. Mademoiselle, you will send for him at once. Tell him you have the information he wants, but that it will only be delivered to him in person on the payment of 1 million francs.
The trap was set. Would the wily Valcoast walk into it? 3 days later, Yvonne again contacted Shari and learned that Valcoast was coming. Following M's instructions, she would meet the spy and bring him to the cafe.
You are experienced in these things. I will meet Valcoast at the railroad station. You will wait for the young officer in the cafe.
Oh, but must I be there? You know both of them. I do not need to come.
Are you losing your nerve, Shari? You wanted to avenge the death of your sweetheart?
Oh, but I'm frightened.
There's no need to be. I shall expect to see you at the cafe. Be sure the officer has the code book with him.
Armed with pictures of Valcoast and a complete description, Yvonne met the spy at the railroad station. She told him that the officer who had faced the firing squad was her brother, and that she worked with Shari. Together, they started for the cafe, where Shari and M were waiting.
They should arrive within a minute or two.
You have the code book with you?
Yes, it is here, in this brown envelope.
Oh, give it to me.
Why, what is the matter, mademoiselle? You're nervous.
Oh, please, give it to me. I can't go through with this. Mark was wrong. This is my country, and it's your country. We can't sell our military secrets to our enemies.
I thought you wanted to avenge Mark.
Oh, no, I've been wrong. Please, can't you understand? Give me the book before it's too late. I'll do away with it, destroy you, please.
I'm afraid it's already too late, mademoiselle.
You mean? No. I'd rather die, like Mark died. It's more honorable.
Sorry. You're attracting attention.
I don't care. I want
Shari,
to.
listen to me. I'll show you this book. It will not harm your country.
It won't harm my country?
No. Here, let me slip it out of this envelope. Now, open it.
You are giving it to me?
Look at it. Open it up.
Why, there's nothing in it. The pages are blank.
Exactly, Shari. Do you mind if I sell that?
You are...
Don't try to run, Shari. I'm a secret agent. The man at the next table is the captain in charge of the military police.
And I'm trapped. Will I hear the guns at dawn, as Mark did?
Pull yourself together. They're coming. Give me the book and sit quiet, and don't try to leave.
They are here, Monsieur Valcoast.
I saw them as I came in. This place is too open. Get the book as quickly as possible.
You have the money ready?
I will first examine what I buy.
Of course. Put the money here on the table, under my bag. The code book will be laid on the table. As soon as you have examined it, we will leave. Hurry, the officer's coming this way.
Here is the money.
Mademoiselle, this book is yours, I believe.
Thank you, monsieur. Examine it quickly.
I will, yes. Yes, it seems to be the one. Wait. Mademoiselle, you have tricked me. The pages of this book are blank.
But the bullets in his revolver are not, Valcoast. Don't try to move.
You will never take me.
He has already taken you, Valcoast. Arrest him, Captain.
You are under arrest as a spy. So also is this girl.
Wait. Haven't you made a mistake, Captain? This girl, Shari, is my assistant. She's been working with me for many months.
You mean she is not a spy?
He lies. She has sent me information.
Of course she has. At my direction. Captain, arrest Valcoast. Take him away. Leave the girl with me.
If those are your orders. Come along, Valcoast.
Do not.
It's all over, Shari. Come, I'll take you home.
Thank you.
You lie magnificently.
The innocent often become involved with spies. Not all of them go free, as did Shari. Remember, spy activity is worldwide. It is a menace to world peace. If ever it falls to your lot to aid in a spy's capture, you will be serving the cause of humanity. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
You know, Ruth, you could at least have waited until that blonde and I finished the dance before dragging me back here to the office.
Sorry, Steve, but the commissioner said he wanted you right away. And when he says right away, that means stop the music. Here we are.
Yeah?
The commissioner's waiting for you inside. I'll have your credentials and plane ticket at my desk when you're through in there.
Okay, Ruth. Hi, Commissioner.
Steve?
Well, where am I going this time?
Sending you to Athens, Greece.
Greece? Look, I wouldn't know Socrates from Homer.
I wouldn't worry about that. You're not liable to run into either of them.
Well, what's it all about?
Radar. Steve, as you know, our scientists have come up with new developments in radar so revolutionary that many of the older models are now obsolete.
So I understand. Hey, wait a minute. Is that how you located that blonde and me?
2 weeks ago, a complete set of plans covering these improvements was stolen from a research laboratory in this country. It's essential we get those plans back.
What's the line on them so far?
The man who smuggled them out of this country turned up dead in the Azores. His killer got as far as Algiers, and he got killed.
Sounds like a game where everyone plays for keeps.
It is. We now believe an international information peddler named Zundel has the plans.
And Zundel's in Athens?
We think so. Steve, there's a known channel waiting for those plans. Once they get to a certain point in the eastern Mediterranean, our chances of recovering them are nil. We've got to keep them from getting out of Athens.
Who do I work with in Athens?
Lieutenant Janakos of the police. Steve, I don't have to tell you about the danger involved. There are probably several interests after those plans. They'll stop at nothing. They'll throw the book at you. They put every obstacle in your path that they can.
You know, this comes as no surprise, Commissioner.
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after a story, but your real job is to get those plans before they get out of Athens. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Greece by plane. Meanwhile, on a narrow, deserted street in Athens at sunset, two men slip furtively along the sidewalk in the gathering dusk, closing in relentlessly on a third man ahead of them.
Sundel still does not realize we are following him, Ruba. Come, let us close in now.
In a moment, Miklos. Wait until he gets opposite that alley in front of him. It's getting closer. Now, come on.
Ah, Zundel!
Let go of me!
Into the alley, quick!
No!
Do not cry out. There is a knife in your stomach.
There. This is far enough.
The papers, Zundel. Give us the papers!
No, I do not have them anymore. You lie. We tried to buy them from you, but you would not sell at our price. Now we will take them. No!
Ruba, you fool. After him!
He is running out into the street. The car is trying to hit him. Zundel cannot get out of the way.
Ruba! Get back here in the alley.
Wait! The man is getting out of the car. Miklos, he is searching Zundel. He must be after the papers, too.
Come, you must not let him get away.
He sees us. Watch out, he has a gun!
Get down! Shoot him, Ruba! Shoot him!
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
I'm sorry, sir. This cab is taken.
Huh? Oh, yeah, so I see.
But there's another one right over there.
Okay, thank you. Taxi! Taxi!
Yes, sir. Right over here.
Miklos.
Yes?
That is Steve Mitchell, all right. I received information he would be sent here to Athens to look for the radar plans.
Well, we must find out who ran down Zundel last night and beat us to those plans. Maybe if we search Zundel's house.
But we must also prevent Steve Mitchell from finding those plans. And that job comes first. Come, we will follow his cab.
Will you be staying here in Athens long, sir?
I don't know, driver.
Well, I just happen to have some cards with me which will admit you to various places that
I'm sorry, I'm not on a vacation. Hey, that other car.
He's trying to sideswipe us.
Straighten it out!
I cannot look out!
Wow. Driver, you okay?
I think so.
Here, I'll get this door open. Can you open your door?
No. No, it is jammed.
Well, come on. I'll help you through the window.
Thank you. How about you? Are you hurt?
Just shaken up. Looks like I got a reception committee pretty early in the game this time. Look, can you get another cab and take me to police headquarters?
Nothing personal, sir. But if you do not mind, just get yourself another driver, please. You are bad luck to me.
Okay, I guess I can't blame you, honey.
Like your American GIs used to say. I have had it.
So I finally made it to your office, Lieutenant Janikos, the hard way.
I wonder if this reception committee you speak of is the same one which greeted Zundel last night.
What do you mean?
He was run down by a car and is now in the hospital unconscious.
You think it could have been an accident, Janikos?
I am certain it was not. It was a deliberate hit and run. Several shots were heard. That is all we know at present. Here. You may be interested in looking at these pictures.
Taken at the scene of the accident, huh?
Yes, immediately afterward.
You recognize any of the faces in the crowd, Lieutenant?
No. I have a pretty good line on most of the agents and information peddlers here in Athens, Mitchell. But I don't see any of them in these pictures. Come in. Oh, good morning, Mr. Thatcher.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Let me introduce a colleague of yours. This is Mr. Steve Mitchell, also a freelance correspondent from the United States. This is Jim Thatcher, Mr. Mitchell.
Pleased to meet you, Mitchell.
Hi.
What can I do for you, Mr. Thatcher?
I came to talk to you about this guy Zundel who got run over last night.
What about Zundel?
Well, I don't know if you know much about his background, but he's a sort of a shady character.
Indeed. In what way, Mr. Thatcher?
Well, I've been cultivating him off and on for the past few months. Once in a while, he's given me information I was able to use in some of my stories. Well, lately, he's been pretty evasive, but I got the idea he was involved in something big.
What sort of thing?
I don't know. That's why I came here. Figured you might have some sort of line on it.
I'm afraid I cannot help you, Mr. Thatcher.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Lieutenant, but if you do get any information about Zundel, I'd appreciate you letting me in on it.
I am sure you will have access to any information which is made public, Mr. Thatcher.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you. You going to be in Athens long, Mitchell?
Oh, a few days, I guess.
Where are you staying?
Lyceum Hotel.
I'll look you up. Maybe we can have a drink and talk a little shop.
Okay. See you around, Thatcher. You handled that very well, Lieutenant. For our purposes right now, we don't want anyone to know we suspect Zundel of being involved with those radar plans.
That was my thought, too, Mitchell. Well, what will be your first step?
I'd like to take a look around Zundel's place.
Very well. Here's the key. We took it from Zundel's pocket after the accident. Here is the address.
Okay, I'll go over there right now. I'll probably be calling in a little later, Janakis. Cigarette smoke. That's funny.
So, Steve Mitchell again. This time we will finish him off. Wait!
I hear a car outside. girl. She's coming in. We must leave.
What about Mitchell?
We will take care of Mitchell later. Hurry, Miklos. Follow me out the window.
Who is the girl, Oba?
I do not know. I have never seen her before. Hurry, drop to the ground.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh,
Hey, you really pack a wallop, don't you?
who are you?
Well, right now you can just call me Hit on the Head.
I don't understand. What are you doing here?
Gonna ask you the same thing.
Why, I'm Helen Slater, Carl's fiancée.
Carl? Oh, you mean Carl Zundel?
Of course. Look, I don't understand. Where's Carl?
Don't you know?
Well, I thought he was here, obviously. This happens to be his house, you know.
I guess you haven't read the paper today.
I've been out of town. Why, has anything happened to Carl?
He was in an accident last night.
What? Oh, no. Is he... Oh, was it serious?
He's in the hospital, unconscious.
Where? I want to see him.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Come on. I'll call a cab and take us to the hospital. Janakis?
Yes?
This is Mitchell.
Oh.
I'm calling from a payphone.
Yes?
I'm on my way to the hospital with a girl named Helen Slater. Says she's Zundel's fiancée.
I see.
I think I'll stick with her a while. She claims she didn't know about the accident.
Oh.
But I'd never forget a face like hers. I'm sure she's in one of those pictures you showed me of the crowd at the scene of the accident. That must be Zundel's room down the hall. There's a police guard at the door.
Look, there's a doctor just going inside.
Yeah, come on.
You know, I still don't understand what you were doing in Carl's house, Mr. Mitchell.
I'm a newspaper correspondent. I was looking for a story
About Carl?
about his accident, if it was an accident.
I don't understand. Why would anyone try to kill Carl?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. Maybe you have.
Me? Oh, no.
Well, here we are.
Yes, sir?
I'm Steve Mitchell. Perhaps Lieutenant Janikos mentioned my name to you.
Yes, he did.
How's Zundel?
Still unconscious, I think.
Can I see him?
Perhaps shortly. A doctor went into the room a moment ago. Maybe he will have word.
Oh, I wish there was something I could do. When I think of Carl lying here unconscious for a day and a half and me not even knowing about it.
Yeah.
Well, looks like you're as eager on this story as I am, Mitchell.
Oh, well, hi. Thatcher, isn't it?
Yeah, Jim Thatcher. We met in Janakos' office.
Sure. Miss Slater, this is Jim Thatcher, another correspondent.
Hello.
Hi.
Miss Slater is Zundel's fiancée.
Oh? Anything new on Zundel?
No.
Good evening, guard.
Dr. Sheliot?
I'm going to see the patient.
Yes, sir.
He must be worse.
What do you mean?
Well, to require the presence of two doctors. One of them is in the room with Zundel now.
What are you talking about? I am the only doctor on duty.
Hey, we better take a look inside.
Where is this other doctor you were talking about?
Why, he is not here. Wait.
Look at Zundel in the bed.
His throat has been cut.
I wish to thank all of you for coming here to my office. I think I have all the information I need at present.
I don't understand. Who would do a thing like that to
Miss
Carl?
Slater, rest assured the police department will leave nothing undone in our investigation.
I think this killing verifies what I was telling you earlier today, Lieutenant. Zundel was apparently involved in something pretty serious.
But I'm sure Carl wasn't doing anything wrong.
You say he never mentioned anything he might have been involved in, do you?
No, nothing, Mr. Mitchell.
Miss Slater, Mr. Thatcher, you may both go now. But please leave your addresses with me in the event you are wanted for further questioning.
Okay. My address, Lieutenant. 1223 Sophia Boulevard.
1223 Sophia Boulevard. Thank you.
Sorry I had to meet you under such unfortunate circumstances, Miss Slater. If there's anything I can
Oh,
do...
thank you, Mr. Thatcher. I'm afraid there isn't.
Well, see you around, gentlemen.
So long, Thatcher.
I've written my address and telephone number down for you, too, Lieutenant. There's just one favor I'd like to ask.
What is it, Miss Slater?
Well, Carl and I were pretty close, of course. There are some things in his house, things I'd given him. Cigarette lighter, a painting, a few things like that. I was wondering if I could have them back. As, well, remembrances.
I am sure that can be arranged after the inquest.
Oh, thank you very much. You'll get in touch with me if there are any new developments in the case.
At once.
Oh, you've been very kind, Lieutenant. Goodbye, Mr. Mitchell.
Miss Slater?
Well, Mitchell, any chance we had of gaining information from Zundel is now gone. A frustrating case.
Yeah. Frustrating, but not surprising. With something as vital and valuable as those radar plans at stake, it's no holds barred.
Let us recapitulate as to his killing. You say you and Miss Slater arrived at the hospital together.
That's right. As we approached Zundel's room, we saw a man in a white robe wearing a surgical mask go in the door. And while we were talking to the guard, Thatcher came down the hall. I introduced him to Miss Slater, and the real doctor showed up. We went into the room and discovered the body.
Obviously, this man in the doctor's uniform killed Zundel, then left by the window.
Yeah. With that surgical mask, it could have been anybody.
Apparently, he murdered Zundel trying to get information as to the whereabouts of the papers.
I thought that at first, too, Giannakis. Then I remembered that Zundel was unconscious at the time, so it couldn't have very well been that. No. Oh, I think the killer already has the papers and realized that Zundel knew he had them, so he had to shut his mouth for keeps.
But you say when you went to Zundel's apartment a few hours ago, you were knocked unconscious. Whoever did it obviously had been looking for the papers in the apartment. You interrupted his search.
Yeah, that's the point, Giannakis. I think we're up against two teams in this ball game.
Two?
Sure. One outfit already has the plans. The other outfit's trying to find them. And we're right in the middle. Nice thought, isn't it?
If you're right in your assumptions, if the plans are already in possession of hostile interests, then that means...
It means we've got to move fast to prevent those plans from getting out of Athens. Whoever has them undoubtedly knows your men will be covering all exits, so they'll probably try to cook up some cute angle to get the plans out.
This girl, Mitchell, what do you make of her?
Helen Slater? I don't know just where she fits into this deal, but I'm sure she fits in someplace. She lied when she said she didn't know about Zundel's accident. Maybe she lied about a few other things, too.
Well, where does all this leave us, Mitchell?
Well, pretty much in the dark right now. Look, right after I got slugged in Zundel's place, Helen walked in, so I never did get a chance to take a look around.
Oh, you wish to go back there again?
Yeah. Maybe we could find something there that'll give us a line on whom Zundel's been playing ball with. But first, I've got to send a report back to my boss in the United States. I'll be with you in a few minutes.
Steve's report's coming in on the teletype, Commissioner.
Good, let's have it.
Here you are.
Very dull job you sent me on, Commissioner. Was in Athens 2 whole hours before getting hit on the head.
Well, that's just about par for Steve, I guess.
Yeah. Now in middle of charming game of button, who's got the button? Both sides playing for keeps. Man who used to have button, now slightly dead. What?
Well, he must mean Zundel.
Hey, wait a minute. Here's some more. Check on a Jim Thatcher, newspaper correspondent. I'm on way back to Zundel's house with Giannakis. We'll keep you informed.
Here we are, Giannakis.
What are you waiting for?
The last time I walked through that door, I got a lump. You remember? I'm not taking any chances this time. Yeah, I guess the joint's empty. Come on. We might as well start here in the living room. There's a chance that the plans are here somewhere, although I doubt it. But anything we can find which would tie Zundel's in with the people he was running with would help us.
All right. I will take this side of the room over here.
Okay, I'll... Hey, that's funny.
What is the matter?
Take a look at this wall over here, Giannakis.
This wall? But there is nothing here.
That's right. But there was something here. Look, this area right here is cleaner than the rest of the wall. Let's see. Yep, there's a nail hole here.
A picture was hung here.
A picture or a painting? Yeah, I remember now. I noticed it when I was here before. Hey, That must have been the painting Helen said she gave Zundel, the one she wanted back.
From the size of the lighter area on the wall, it must have been a rather large painting.
Yeah, large enough to hide those plans in. Have you got Helen's phone number with you?
Yes. Here you are. You said the possessor of those plans would seek a clever scheme to get them out of Athens. It appears you were right.
Yeah, it doesn't do you much good to be right if you're too late.
Hello?
This is Steve Mitchell, Helen.
Well, hello, Steve.
You said this morning that there were several things in Zundel's apartment you'd like, gifts you'd given him.
Did I? Well, to tell the truth, I've sort of lost interest in them, Steve.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You've already got the only thing you really wanted, that painting.
Well, I'm afraid I have to be going now, Steve.
It must be quite a painting.
Oh, it is. Very interesting. And very profitable, too. Goodbye.
Wait, look.
And don't try to find me, Steve. You won't be able to.
Now, wait a minute.
So long, darling.
Now, Helen. Helen? Come on, Janakis. We've got to get over to her apartment fast.
Oh, gentlemen, this is highly irregular. I cannot let you into Miss Slater's apartment.
Yes, you can. I'm Lieutenant Janakos, Police Department.
Police? Oh, certainly. Oh, right then. Of course, but Miss Slater is not in. Huh? She left a few minutes ago. Here we are.
How long ago?
Oh, just a few minutes ago. Here,
She's gone, all right.
I don't understand, gentlemen. Is something wrong?
Have you any idea where Miss Slater went?
Why, no. She left in quite a hurry. Took a taxi cab.
Did she have any baggage with her?
Yes. 2 suitcases, as I remember.
Anything else?
No, I don't think that... Wait. Yes, she had large flat packets.
Probably the painting.
The what?
We will need you no longer. You may go.
Oh, but
We will let you know when we leave. Thank you.
Well, all right.
She took off in a hurry, didn't she? Must have been all packed and warming up her engines.
Yes. We will get a bulletin out on her at once. Dominic, this is Janakos. Trace the cab driver who picked up Helen Slater from her apartment here a few minutes ago. Find out where he took her.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hold on, Dominic. What is it, Mitchell?
I just spotted this piece of paper in the wastebasket here. Hey, take a look.
Libyan Star, 6 p.m.
Yeah, the name of a ship.
6 p.m.? What time is it now?
10 after 6.
It has already sailed. Dominic, contact the harbor patrol. Tell them to have a launch waiting for us. Come, Mitchell. We must try to overtake the Libyan Star before it gets outside the 12-mile limit. I'm afraid the Libyan Star has too much of a start on us, Mitchell.
Yeah. Hey, there's something sort of slick about this whole deal. A little too slick, maybe.
What do you mean, Mitchell?
I don't know. Something about it doesn't add up. I can't quite put my finger on it, but...
There is the Libyan Star ahead.
Faster!
It will do us no good, Lieutenant Janakos.
What do you mean?
The 12-mile limit stretches between those 2 islands on either side of us. The ship is already beyond the limit.
Very well. You may as well head back to port. I am sorry, Mitchell, but my authority does not exceed the 12-mile limit.
Yeah, I know.
We can try, of course, to intercept the girl at the ship's destination. But as you know, such things are sometimes difficult to arrange due to international aspects. And, of course, she could leave the ship at any port along the line. Mitchell, I am afraid that as far as those radar plans are concerned, the outlook is not encouraging.
The more I think about this deal, the less it adds up. Helen had a key to Zundel's apartment. Now, if the painting was really what she was after, why didn't she just go and get it right away instead of telling us about it first?
I do not know. Yes?
I read your message for you. From police headquarters?
Thank you. Mitchell.
What is it?
My man Dominic traced the cab driver. Helen Slater did not go to the waterfront at all. She went to number 1223 Sophia Boulevard.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the address the newspaper correspondent gave us?
Yes, Jim Thatcher. But why would the girl have gone to his apartment?
Particularly when the two of them were acting like they didn't know each other. This deal is beginning to add up. Get this launch in overdrive, Janakis. We're going back to town and pay a call on Jim Thatcher.
Mitchell, there are many aspects of this affair I do not understand.
Here are the stairs. Thatcher's apartment must be on the second floor. Yeah, there are still a few missing pieces in the deal, Janakis, but it's beginning to shape up.
Mitchell!
Hey, sounds like someone got here first. Come on.
Mitchell, look! 2 men coming out of Thatcher's apartment.
They got to come through us. I'll take the one on the right.
Miklos! Quick! Your knife!
Too late, Buster! Janakis, the other one's heading for the stairs.
Stop! Stop when I shoot! Stop!
Well, you sure don't pull any punches, Janakis.
He should have stopped.
He did. Well, papers aren't on this boy. They must be on the guy downstairs.
Papers? What papers?
The radar plans.
What? But I thought...
Hey, take a look, will you? I want to talk to Thatcher if he's still alive.
Very well.
Well, looks like we got here a little late, Thatcher.
Helen, she's dead.
Yeah, so I see.
They killed her. And knifed me.
Probably won't have much time, Thatcher, so you better talk fast. Who were the 2 guys that jumped you?
Don't know. They were after the papers.
I figured there were 2 teams. I guess those boys were the have-nots. It was you who killed Zundel in the hospital?
Yeah.
Sure. You put on a white uniform and mask. Killed Zundel, went out the window, and then you threw away the costume and met us in the hall outside the room.
Here are the radar plans, Mitchell. They were on the body of the man I just shot.
Yeah, and he got them from Thatcher here.
From Thatcher? But I do not understand. I thought that...
Thatcher is the man who ran over Zundel and took the plans from him. He's had them all the time. Helen tried to focus our attention on the painting, so that while we were concentrating on her and the ship, Thatcher would have slipped quietly out of town.
Yeah,
Well, he is gone, Mitchell.
Yeah. Well, looks like this deal didn't exactly work out for either of them.
The plan then was for the girl to lure us away with a fake departure, then double back and pick up the plans from Thatcher, eh?
I guess that's about the size of it. And they almost got away with it, too. Oh, funny. I was just thinking about football.
Football? What does that have to do with this?
Well, I've played a little in my time, Janakis, and I've seen an awful lot of games. But I had to come all the way over here to Athens to see the slickest hidden ball play of them all.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif with music by Bruce Ashley and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Here's more good news for mystery fans. Every Sunday, you may now hear Richard Diamond, private detective, over most of these same NBC stations. With Dick Powell starred as the hard-hitting two-fisted Dick Diamond, the Sunday adventures of this private eye are as interesting as tomorrow's race results today. There's fast action and plenty of suspense each Sunday as Diamond fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend. Richard Diamond is another of the fast-moving adventure mysteries you'll hear every week on NBC, with such great shows as Dangerous Assignment, Night Beat, and Christopher London. If it's mystery and adventure you like when you turn on your radio, make a date now to hear all these stellar NBC shows. And remember, it's Sunday for Dick Powell as Richard Diamond on most of these NBC stations. Tomorrow, you'll hear Fibber McGee and Molly and Bob Hope on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. The proof of a cigarette is in the smoking. Steady smoking.
Smoke only Camels for 30 days and enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor, a flavor that no other cigarette has. You'll see how mild Camels are pack after pack, how well they agree with your throat week in and week out.
You'll soon see why Camel is by far America's most popular cigarette. Why Camel is the steady smoke for you. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency for mayhem of distinction. Ooh.
Yes.
Oh.
No. Ooh.
Why?
Mayhem of distinction.
I said that.
And I said ooh.
Was it that bad?
Mm-hmm.
Say it.
Diamond Detective Agency for mayhem of distinction. See?
Yeah. Well, what am I going to do?
About what?
About slogans. It's tough after a while.
How about when I call you up, I give the slogan instead?
Well, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I'll have to give you an audition.
All right.
I need a new one every morning.
Fine.
Starting tomorrow morning.
I'll call you back the minute I have one.
Bless your heart.
I'm going to see you tonight.
Sure, about 7.
Now, I'll call you back the minute I have one.
Diamond?
Well...
What?
Can I talk to you?
Sure, come on in.
Rick?
Somebody just came in.
Oh.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow. It's been a long time, Tiny.
Yes.
What can I do for you?
I got a proposition.
You do, huh?
Yeah. How'd you like to make yourself $2,500?
Tiny, I like money, but when a guy like you has a proposition...
It's on the up and up, Diamond.
Well, if it is, it's the first time.
Well, all you got to do is listen. If you don't like it, you don't take it.
For $2,500, I'll listen.
You read the papers this morning?
Yep.
Al Brenner's skipped.
I read that.
Al Brenner's was supposed to appear before the grand jury.
They had enough on him to put him away for 20 years.
There's a reward.
$5,000.
Yep.
Uh-huh. $2,500 would be half of that, wouldn't it?
Just half.
Where is he? That's what you wanted me to listen to, isn't it?
But I'm not sure I know where he is. I just think.
You want me to make sure?
Then I want you to help. I got the lead, but I don't want to turn him in.
You know what happens if the boys find out you tipped me?
Well, I give it a lot of thought.
Look, Tiny, I gotta be honest. I don't like you.
Well, that's okay.
I never did.
Well, I done you a few favors when you was a cop.
You came out all right, and I still didn't like you. I don't like professional stoolies.
Well, okay, I'm not...
And especially, I don't like one for a partner.
Well, then take the whole $5,000 and pay me for my services.
No. If I can do Walt Levinson a favor and bring in Brenner's and still make $2,500, we'll split it right down the middle.
It's a deal?
As long as I don't have to see you too much.
Now, this is what I've got. There's a guy named Stringer. You heard of him?
I don't think so.
Well, he's not a local boy. He's an import. Used to work for Brenner's back in St. Louis, 1929-30. When Brenner's moved east, he stayed and did himself some good.
That's before my time.
Well, Stringer's in town.
So what?
I hear Brenner's ain't even skipped town. I hear he's hiding out right in town somewhere until the heat cools.
That'd be smart. He knows they'd cover everything in and out.
Well, Brenner skipped yesterday morning. The law didn't spot it until the afternoon. I heard about Stringer, and I started thinking. Brenner's needs a contact. He's smart, and he wouldn't trust any of his local boys.
So Stringer's it?
Yeah.
That's all you've got?
No. I followed Stringer last night, and I lay 10 to 1 he saw Brenner's.
Where?
You meet me tonight at the corner of Maple and Palm.
Maple and Palm?
Long Island.
Well, what's out there?
You'll be there. I'll show you.
Oh, look, Tiny, you...
Yeah, I'm just playing it safe, Diamond. I tell you everything. You could make the score alone, and I couldn't open my mouth.
Okay, Tiny. What time?
8 o'clock.
Well, I'd made a deal with Tiny Gillespie. half of a $5,000 reward for Al Brenner, one of the biggest hoodlums in the business. I'd known Tiny for a lot of years. He was a professional stoolie who knew the underworld like the inside of his shirt and didn't have a friend to his name. It was dangerous doing business with Tiny, but $2,500 can take the edge off a lot of danger. I went home, changed my clothes, and was about to pick up the phone to call Helen. Yeah?
I called your office.
Oh, hi, dear.
How's this? Diamond Detective Agency. If you can't get Sherlock or Perry Mason for $100 a day, I start chasing.
Helen.
Pretty good, huh?
Oh, it's great.
I thought so.
Just great.
Why did you leave your office so early?
I was just going to call you.
Rick.
I can't make it until later, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
But I started such a wonderful dinner.
And I started making $2,500.
$2,500?
Yes, dear.
Well, you just take your time. The dinner's not that important.
I knew you'd understand.
Now, work hard and don't worry about me. I'll see you when you solve the case.
And get the $2,500.
Rick, you don't think that I'm only interested in the money?
Not in $1 million. Years. Because Helen was so interested in my welfare, I managed to borrow her convertible, and by 8 o'clock I was parked at the corner of Maple and Palm on Long Island. It was easy to understand why Tiny had picked the spot to meet. It was as dark as a mine shaft, and there wasn't a house within a half mile. I lit a Camel, sat back to wait. It got to be 8:15, and Tiny still hadn't arrived. By 8:30, I was beginning to wonder if he ever would. And by 9, I was sure he wouldn't. I turned the car back for town, kicked myself all the way there. A guy like Tiny you couldn't trust, and I was feeling a little more than guilty for getting involved. By the time I hit Broadway, I was madder than a wild bull with a hot foot. I turned right, drove down to the river in a dive called the Purple Garter, a hangout for a wine-nosed bum and a stoolie named Tiny Gillespie. There were only a few customers in the room and a bartender named Sampson that I'd done business with before.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, hello, Sampson. I'm looking for Tiny Gillespie.
Ain't here. How about a drink?
No, I'm not interested in a long illness. Have you seen Tiny?
Earlier.
What's earlier?
Around 7. He left around 7.
Know where he was going?
He didn't leave no forwarding address. What's he done?
I was just looking for him. If you see him, tell him that, will you?
I'll tell him. Oh. Hey, friend of yours.
Well.
Hi, Rick. Get the skids?
What are you doing? Looking for a chocolate malt?
Hello, Sampson.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Not thirsty.
You guys are turning into snobs.
You don't give us much choice, Sampson. It's that or a stomach bump.
Huh. I shoulder your insults with complete disinterest.
Who are you looking for, Fatty?
Who says I am?
Well, you're wearing that official frown. Prune Brow Levinson.
Sampson, you seen Tiny Gillespie?
Ho-ho.
Tiny's getting popular.
What do you mean, ho-ho?
Just ho-ho.
What do you mean he's getting popular?
Mr. Diamond was just asking for him.
Ho-ho.
That's what I meant.
What did you want him for, Rick?
He was supposed to meet me.
Why?
Just to talk.
About what?
Oh, stop acting like a cop. What's it all about?
I'm just in checking on Tiny's activities prior to 8 o'clock tonight.
And just what did Tiny do prior to 8 o'clock tonight?
For one thing, he got himself killed.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment. For proof of the mildness of Camels, the makers of Camels went to noted throat specialists. These doctors made weekly examinations of the throats of hundreds of people with normal throats from coast to coast who smoked only Camels for 30 days. After making 2,470 examinations, the throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Make your own 30-day Camel test, the thorough, sensible test of cigarette mildness. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and enjoy the rich, full flavor of America's most popular cigarette. See how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat, pack after pack, week after week. You'll soon see that Camel is the steady smoke for you.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
It all started when a professional stool pigeon named Tiny Gillespie thought he knew the whereabouts of Al Brenner, the missing defendant in a grand jury investigation. Tiny had agreed to meet me at 8 o'clock that night, but he never showed up. And when I went looking for him, I ran into Lieutenant Walt Levinson, 5th Precinct Police. Walt told me Tiny had been killed. We went down to the station where we talked more about it.
He was killed sometime between 7:30 and 8.
Where?
About a half mile from where you say you were supposed to meet him.
How?
Beaten to death.
What?
That's right. Somebody really worked him over. Wait a minute, I got a medical report here, son. Yeah, here it is. Broken back, fracture of the femur, fracture of...
Okay.
It was a mess. Want a cookie, Bright Eyes?
No, thanks, Fatty. Help yourself. Is that part of your diet?
Yeah. Whoops the weight off you.
That's obvious. Tell me, Skinny, you ever hear of a hood named Stringer?
Stringer?
St. Louis. Worked for Al Brenner's in 1929 and 30.
Well, what's she got to do with it?
Tiny's been following him. Tiny thought Stringer was working as a contact for Brenner's.
Tiny say Brenner's was still in town?
He thought so. He said he followed the Stringer someplace, and he believed he met with Brenner's.
Rick, you ought to know better than to get mixed up with a guy like Tiny.
You ought to double date with my conscience.
I take better care of it than you do. Want some coffee?
Yeah, black.
Sugar?
The usual, 12 lumps.
Listen, sweetie pie, if Brenner's is close and Tiny was supposed to meet you a half mile from where he was killed...
It's a good bet Brenner's could still be in that area.
Unless he skipped again and found out Tiny had him spotted.
Well, he knows he'd never get out of town now, and I don't think he's too worried about killing Tiny. I don't think he'd ever figured Tiny would tell anybody what he knew.
He knows Tiny's done business with the law.
And he knows that the law would have come instead of Tiny.
That's right.
I think Brenner's is worried, but if he's got a good hideout, I think he'll stay put.
Here's the lab report on Tiny. Scrapings from the bottom of his shoes indicate fertilizer and new grass. Tiny's body was lying at the bottom of a gully. Nothing but dirt and clay.
Any houses near?
Not for miles.
Show me on the map where the body was found.
Sure. Right there.
I was supposed to meet him there. Maple and Palm.
Sure isn't much in that section.
Tiny couldn't have been too far from me before he was killed. He wouldn't have picked Maple and Palm if it was very far from what he wanted to show me.
That makes sense, but they sure wouldn't dump his body too close to Brenner's hideout.
Okay. Maybe they drove him 5 or 10 miles. 5 or 10 miles in every direction from Maple and Palm.
Yeah, that's a lot of territory.
Yeah, I know. Well, you better start checking it. I've got a hunch you'll dig up Brenner's.
I'll put out an APB on this Stringer guy as soon as I check the records and talk with St. Louis for a description.
Fine. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
To see if I can beat you to Brenner's.
Now, look, Bright Eye.
Oh, honey, with Tiny dead, there's a big old 5,000 all in one chunk. I'll let you know if I find Brenner's. I don't want the glory, just the loot. I left the station, climbed in the car, and a drive to a gas station where I filled up with gas and picked up a map of the Long Island section. Then I went back to my office and started checking the Long Island phone directory. I knew it would take me a week to find a new loan, and Walt was already doing that, so I concentrated on something else. I looked for some place that might sell fertilizer and grass seed. There was one such place in that area, Hudson Garden Supplies, and there was a phone. I took a chance that maybe the owner or someone lived there and called it.
Yeah.
Is this the Hudson Garden Supply?
Huh?
Is this the Hudson Garden...
Yeah, who is this?
Well, who is this?
This is Hudson. Who is this?
My name's Diamond.
Well, what do you want? It's after 12.
Did you sell any fertilizer or grass seed in the last 2 or 3 weeks?
Are you kidding?
You do sell fertilizer?
Oh, look, wise guy.
Oh, come on. This is police business.
Police?
Lieutenant Walt Levinson, 5th Precinct.
I thought you said your name was...
Diamond. You want us to come out and pull you out of bed?
Oh, look, I'm sorry. It sounded like a gag.
Well, have you sold any fertilizer or grass seed in the last few weeks?
Oh, yeah, sell a lot of fertilizer. It's good fertilizer.
Any grass seed?
Yeah.
To an address in that area?
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, I sold a big load.
Who'd you sell it to?
Well, I don't remember the bill. I'll have to look it up.
Look it up.
Well, Now?
Unless you want us to come out there and help you.
Well, okay. Hold the phone.
What a job.
Hello?
Yeah?
That grass seed went to 7788 Shoreham Drive.
What's the name on the bill?
The Hillview Rest Home.
You sell any other grass seed the last week?
No, but it's a lot of flowers and plants and plenty of fertilizer.
You must love your work. I climbed back into the car and headed back for Long Island on 7788 Shoreham Drive. 40 minutes later, I pulled up on a lonely, dark road and turned the car lights out. The Hillview Rest Home stood out against the moon like a lonely castle. It was dark, except for a light in one of the wings, and the grounds were surrounded by a high fence. I got out of the car and started walking. I kept going until I found a section of fence that a man might climb and not be seen from the house. I went up and over, dropping down and stopping my fall with my hands. When I felt my hands, they were wet and covered with new grass. There were about 100 yards between the fence and the main building, and the moon reflected off the wet grass like a mirror. If anybody was watching from the house, I'd never make it without being seen. I bent as low as I could and ran about halfway and stopped, listening. It was like a bad dream, crouching under the moon, trying to make my breath come out slowly so it wouldn't show against the cold, and feeling like I wanted to dig a hole and hide right there, or better still, wake up. I started again, running low, looking from side to side, but never behind. I got to the main building and slammed myself against it. I stayed there until I caught my breath. Then I moved around to the front door and tried it. I got the surprise of my life. It was open. I found myself standing in a large room, dark except for a small red light burning over a door at the back. A staircase to my left led to the floors above, and there was another smaller room to my right that was black except for the shafts of moonlight slanting down through the barred windows. Barred windows and an open door. Something was wrong.
Don't move. Don't move.
He was behind me, probably waiting behind the door. When I came in, and with the door unlocked like that, I figured he had been expecting me.
You turn around, I'll shoot you.
In that case, you'll pardon my back.
I'll take your gun.
I don't have one.
What would you call this?
Oh, that's really just a big cigarette lighter?
Yeah. Now your wallet.
Oh, look, what is this?
Richard Diamond, private detective. Yeah, a private detective.
Who may retire.
Yeah, I think I can guarantee it.
Did you spot me crossing the lawn?
When you climbed the fence, it set off an alarm.
Well, my car broke down. I thought
you
maybe...
could use the phone.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid I don't believe you.
What is it, Barnes?
You better come down and see. He's a private detective.
Turn on the light.
You had a gun.
Well.
You know him?
Hello, Brenners.
Yeah, he's a private cop, all right. Used to be a legit cop. How are you, Diamond?
Surprised? I thought you skipped.
You know I didn't. Tiny got to you, huh?
Tiny?
I told you we...
Oh,
we should've...
shut up.
Look, you got to get out of here. I'll lose my whole business.
You're making enough off.
But now with this private detective and that man last night, no telling how many more...
How'd Tiny find me?
I don't know who you're talking about, Brenners. I'm just as surprised at seeing you as...
You're lying.
Brenners, please. He might have told the police what he knows.
They'd be here by now if he had.
You're going to be in a little trouble, hiding out a man who's wanted by the federal government.
He's right, Brenners. Whether he's trying to talk himself out of a jam or not, he's right.
Relax. When Stringer gets here, I'll leave.
Thank goodness.
In the meantime, you better take care of Diamond.
You mean like...
Yeah. The way you did with Tiny Gillespie.
Yeah, but isn't there...
You don't want to lose this place, do you?
No.
And I don't want anybody around to talk about me.
How come you worked Tiny over like that? Why didn't you just use your gun?
You're in for a treat, Diamond.
You're going to have a hard time working me over like that.
Oh, we're not going to do a thing. Hey, better take him downstairs. Stringer should be here any minute.
Yeah, all right. Walk over to that door.
Nice seeing you again, Diamond.
Yeah.
Open the door. Go on, I'll have to shoot you. Keep going. Down those stairs.
You're making a big mistake.
I have no choice.
State's evidence might get you off easy.
Oh, the murder charge?
Might get just life.
And I might not. Stop right there. Open the door and go on in.
Oh, now, look.
I'll shoot you right here.
Okay.
Alf. Alf.
I'm here. What is that?
I got somebody for you, Alf. Get in there.
Oh, now, look.
Go on!
I was locked in the basement, and there was someone else there with me. It was a man. His head was shaved clean, and his eyes were wild and staring. He was sitting in a corner, and as he pulled himself up, he looked at me, tipped his head to one side like he was listening to something.
I gotta take care of you, too, huh?
Then he was on his feet, shoulders hunched, and his arms hanging at his sides. And even bent over like that, he must have been 6.5 feet tall. He shuffled towards me like an ape, and I realized what it was that had given Tiny such a beating.
You're bigger than the last one. You're gonna give me a little fight?
Easy, boy, easy. I put my back to the wall and kept circling him, but he seemed to enjoy watching me try to get away. He'd reach out, and when I'd duck, he'd smile a horrible mouthful of teeth and rub his hands together like a little kid with a new game. I kept moving, talking to him, trying to calm him down, but I knew there wasn't a chance. The basement was a solid 4 walls and a heavy locked door, and one of us would have to die before the night was over. The way things stood, it was pretty obvious who it was going to be, and if I kept running, I was going to get tired and die a lot quicker. I stopped.
Don't you want to play no more?
He looked almost unhappy, like he wanted to keep on playing and wasn't going to be able to. He started moving in again, and I kicked him as hard as I could in the stomach. He doubled over, and for a second I felt bad. Then he straightened and rushed me. He got his arms around me, and it was like being caught by a boa constrictor. The harder I fought, the tighter he squeezed. I started to pass out. Thought I heard shots. Then he picked me up over his head and threw me the length of the room. I tried to sit up, but I was too dazed. In the half-light, I watched him shuffle in, his arms swinging. He was so strong and didn't even know he was fighting a man. Just a doll that wouldn't play anymore, and he was going to break it in 1,000 pieces. He reached for me just when somebody on the other side of the door started shooting. The giant stopped as the bolt of the door was pulled back, and then he turned.
Rick! You come to fight me, too?
Look out, Wolf.
Rick.
How'd you find me, Wolf?
Located Stringer and tailed him. Saw Helen's car parked outside the fence. What is that thing over there?
Oh, just an animal. It used to be a man, I guess. That's the way Tiny got killed.
Ugh. How bad are you?
Oh, just shaken up. But another couple of minutes and...
Well, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. You get Brenners?
Yeah, they're putting him in the car. Lean on me.
I'm okay. What was all the shooting outside the door? Oh, Barnes.
He didn't want to let me in.
Who told you I was down here?
The minute we came through the front door, Barnes headed down the stairs. I spotted him and went after him.
Oh, bless your little heart.
What are you going to do with that 5,000?
Oh, Walt, I'm going to buy you the best present you ever had in your life. You like it, dear?
Oh, it's a beautiful store.
Well, it's really nothing.
Nothing.
Got the beast doing a summer safari in Africa.
No, but by Jove, this is mink.
What did you expect, old girl? Unborn meadow mouse?
No, but look here. There isn't a mink within 10,000 miles of Africa.
Come to think of it, he was rather winded. Well, now, don't laugh, old girl. That mink was the biggest animal I've ever seen. Stood 6 feet high and weighed 180. Couldn't kill him.
Well, then how did you ever get the store?
Gave him a haircut.
Oh, no. Well, you sit right there and play the piano while I run upstairs and put on something that'll show off my stove.
All right, dear. What a memory. Oh, baby, what I couldn't do with plenty of money and you. In spite of the worry that money brings, just a little filthy lucre buys a lot of things, and I can take you to places you'd like to go. But outside of that, I've no use for dough. It's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But I'm certain, honey, that life could be sunny with plenty of money and you.
That was pretty.
Thank you. Ooh.
How do I look?
Oh, that mink never had it so good.
Are we going to dinner?
Right, dear. I'm going to buy you the fanciest... Oh, I'll get it. Asher's Mink Farm.
Rick, your present just arrived.
Oh, I hope you like it, Walt.
I don't know how to thank you.
Well, it's nothing.
I know.
Wear it in good health, and I'll see you soon.
I'll never forget you for this, old man.
Bye.
What?
Mm-hmm. He loved his present.
Well, you got him a present, too.
Well, he saved my life. I bought him a beautiful cashmere uniform.
Cashmere
He
uniform?
couldn't get over it. Now, let's go, dear.
Rick,
Hmm?
you must have spent an awful lot of money.
For the people I love. I've still got about $1,500 left.
That's pretty good after taxes.
Taxes?
Rick,
Oh, give me a pencil. Give me a pencil.
right there on the stand.
Oh,
Didn't you take out any withholding?
$5,000. $750 cashmere uniform. $27.50 meat stove. Take away. Take away. Take away.
Oh!
Ricky!
I owe the government $1,600.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
Tens of thousands of doctors in all branches of medicine, in all parts of the country, were asked what cigarette they smoked. The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Enjoy Camels, the cigarette so many doctors enjoy. And say, friends, buy your Camels by the carton, the handy, thrifty way. Yes, that way you always have Camels when you want them.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels is good.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the hospitalized men of our armed forces like to know that they're not forgotten. Each week, the makers of Camels send out thousands of packs of gift Camels to these men. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Aspinwall, Pennsylvania, and Louisville, Kentucky. Tinker Air Force Hospital, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. To all hospitals operated by the Army for U.S. forces in Austria. Now until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written and directed by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher, and Alan Reed was Lieutenant Levinson. Others in the cast were Howard McNear, Ed Max, Jane Novello, and Joel Samuels. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night.
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert.
The bite's out and the pleasure's in when you pack your pipe with America's largest selling smoking tobacco, Prince Albert. PA's Choice Tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, with Prince Albert, the bite's out and the pleasure's in. And there's more tobacco in the pocket tin. Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
Once again, the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those two nourishing, delicious cereals that are shot from guns, bring you another thrilling Dick Tracy adventure. Hear those big guns? They're making puffed wheat and puffed rice, those two delicious cereals that are shot from guns right in the Quaker plant to give you nourishing wheat and rice in their most digestible form. The wholesome, sun-ripened grains are actually exploded to 8 times their normal size, and that makes them especially easy to digest, so thousands of boys and girls and grown-ups the country over can get the trigger-fast food energy they need to be as alert and strong as Dick Tracy is, quickly and easily. And you get it in 2 swell breakfasts that taste even better than they look, and boy, they look good. Mother and Dad enjoy puffed wheat and puffed rice, too, because they're so different from ordinary cereals. The plump, crisp, nut-like grains of goodness fairly melt in your mouth. So join that great, happy family of thousands of puffed wheat and puffed rice fans. Ask Mother to get you some Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice from the grocer. In our last episode, we learned how Dryden Small, the Egyptologist whom Dick Tracy had been trying to protect, was seriously wounded by Humi Batik, the man with the yellow face. Batik claimed that Small had stolen from the cult of Osiris a black pearl said to be the heart of the god of Osiris. Tracy, who had been shot in the leg while Batik was escaping, is trying to solve 2 problems. Where is Humi Batik, and where is the black pearl of Osiris? As we continue our story, we find ourselves at the pier where the SS Marvania has just docked. Tracy, Pat, and Junior have been watching the passengers disembark, trying to find Humi Batik, when suddenly...
Well, I've got to hand it to you, Tracy. I would never have suspected that Humi Batik might be hiding in that mummy case. It would never have occurred to me.
Well, we're not sure he's in there yet. He may not be, you know.
Yeah, there's something to that.
All right, boys, pry out that lid.
Okay.
Draw your gun, Pat. Stand ready. You may need it.
Right. Well, we were wrong. The man with the yellow face isn't here. That's a mummy, all right, Dick.
Yes, so it is. Stand back, Junior. Just to be sure, Pat, I think I'll put a bullet in it.
No, Tracy. In the name of Osiris, I command you, stop.
Dick, it's not a mummy after all. It's Batik, the man with the yellow face. I recognize his voice.
Yes, and so do I. I rather suspected he'd be there. Unwind that sheet, boys.
Okay.
Come on, boys, come on. Hurry it up. Come on, pull it on the side there.
Take the wrappings off his feet.
Yeah, they're off now, Mr. Tracy.
Thanks. Well, Batik, have you anything to say?
What can I say, Mr. Tracy? You have captured me. I bow to you, sir.
You had your duty to do as you saw it, Batik, and I had mine.
If I was to be caught, I'm glad it was by you, Mr. Tracy. At least you understand and respect my purpose. One thing only do I regret. I did not find the black pearl of Osiris before you caught me.
Take him to the tombs, Pat.
Where are you going?
Down to headquarters at once to see Dr. Goldman and get this bullet probed out of my leg. It's beginning to hurt pretty badly.
Well, that hurts, I know, Tracy, but I'll have it in a few moments.
Go ahead, Dr. Goldman. I can stand it.
Gosh, Dick, does it hurt that bad? You sure can take it.
Well, it could take almost anything, Junior, if you make up your mind to it.
One moment now, Tracy. I believe I've got the bullet. There it is.
Peculiar-looking thing. Smallest bullet I've ever seen.
Yes, I've never seen one quite like it. Cooper, the ballistics expert, would be very much interested in this bullet.
And I'm very much interested myself. The ballistics department's right across the hall. Why don't you call Cooper in? I'd like him to take this bullet and examine it for markings.
Right. Here, I'll put this temporary dressing on. Be back in a moment.
That bullet came from Dryden Small's gun, didn't it, Dick?
Yes, Junior. Peculiar little gun.
Say, Dick, have you got any idea where the black pearl of Osiris can be?
Not the slightest, Junior. But I've got to find it.
You don't feel towards this Batik fella the way you do towards criminals, do you, Dick?
Well, he's wounded a man and must pay for it, Junior. He's a criminal, yes. But he, too, has certain rights. And I must do all in my power to recover for him and his people that which has been stolen from them. That black pearl is theirs. It's part of their religion. And I'm going to see that they get it back.
Well, Tracy, I hear the doc has relieved you of a piece of lead. Didn't know you were going in for collecting them on your person.
Cooper, come on in.
Right.
Yes, here it is. What do you think of it?
Yeah. The queerest looking bullet I've ever seen. Like to add it to my collection, if you don't mind, Tracy.
Not at all, Cooper. But I'd like to have a report on it first, if you don't mind.
Sure thing. I'll analyze it this afternoon and give you my detailed findings by this evening.
Thanks a lot, Cooper. Well, Doc, if you'll just bandage that leg up, I'll be getting down to the tombs. I want to have a talk with Homi Batik.
Batik's in cell 4, down this way, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you. Come on, Junior.
Yeah, right behind you, Dick.
Hey, someone here to see you, Batik. I have no wish to see anyone.
It's Tracy, Batik.
Oh, Tracy, welcome. I'm afraid I cannot offer you a great deal in the way of comfort.
Oh, that's quite all right. Comfort's a small matter.
I do not believe I have met the young man with you.
Oh, this is Junior.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
I am glad to see, Mr. Tracy, that your leg has not been seriously injured. I have worried about it. You see, I am not really a criminal. I detest force in any shape, but it was necessary.
Well, fortunately, that pearl-handled revolver belonging to Dryden Small was a toy and nothing more.
Ah, yes, Small. How is he, Mr. Tracy? I have been worried about even him.
He's in the hospital. He's been placed under arrest and be removed to prison as soon as possible.
And what of me, Mr. Tracy?
Well, Batik, a board of inquiry is investigating your case now. Much as I understand your motives for what you did, despite the fact you say it was in self-defense, the machine of the law must take its course.
I understand perfectly. I do not care what happens to me, so long as I know the Black Pearl of Osiris is safe. Have you found it as yet?
Not as yet. But since it was stolen from you, it's my duty to find it and return it if I can. The question is, once I've found the pearl, how can I return it to Egypt? I'm afraid you may not be in a position to take it yourself.
Quite right. However, there is a representative of the cult of Osiris here in America. He has been to visit me, and he is taking care of matters for me. Once the Black Pearl is found, he will carry it back to Egypt and to Osiris.
I see. You know, Batik, for the life of me, I can't understand why Small stole that Black Pearl. It isn't valued that highly, in money at least.
It has some monetary value, yes. But it has even a greater value to collectors of, shall I say, curiosities.
I see.
Here in America, there is a group of men who make their living by stealing treasures. Treasures of art and other things, such as the Black Pearl. These men will stop at nothing to get that Black Pearl. And by the way, let me warn you against these treacherous forces if you should find the Black Pearl. From the moment you get the pearl in your possession, your life will be in danger.
If these men are as powerful as you say they are, how did you intend to get the Black Pearl back to Egypt safely? And if I find the pearl, how will your friend hope to get it back safely?
You see this ring on my finger, Mr. Tracy?
Yes?
Gee, that's a strange-looking ring. Has a scarab on top of it.
Yes. This is the luck ring of Osiris.
The luck ring?
Yes. Wherever I am, whatever trouble I may be in, I have but to rub this ring, and Osiris will do what is best for me.
You just rub the ring and you have good luck, huh?
Precisely, my young friend.
Then you placed complete confidence in this ring. You felt that it would protect the Black Pearl until you reached Egypt.
Yes, I have every confidence in it, as should all who own one like it. But it is more than a ring of good luck, Mr. Tracy. Look.
Gee, the top comes off. There's a secret compartment in the ring, huh?
Ah, yes, a secret compartment made to fit the Black Pearl. I intended to put the pearl in there, seal the ring, and carry it back with me to Egypt in that manner.
Well, that would have been a very clever hiding place. Few people would suspect that that fascinating ring contained a secret compartment.
Boy, I'd like to have a ring like that. I could carry secret messages in it and everything.
After you find the pearl, you will have to keep it with you a few days. A friend of mine will come to you for it. And so, here is my ring. Take it. Keep it with you always.
I can only say thank you, Batik. I will continue the search for the Black Pearl. And I have a feeling I'm going to find it. And it's my hope that in a short time you will be able to return once again to your own country, to Egypt, and to Osiris.
That is most kind of you, Mr. Tracy.
Excuse me, Mr. Tracy. Yes? There's a phone call for you, sir. Oh, I'll be right there. Well, Batik, I'll see you again soon. And thank you for the Ring of Osiris.
Remember the secret compartment. Remember also that wherever you are, whatever trouble you are in, you have a great friend in Osiris. A great friend worthy of great faith and capable of bringing you good luck at all times.
Thanks again. Coming, Junior?
Yeah, sure. Gee, that sure is a swell ring.
This phone?
Yes, Mr. Tracy.
Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Tracy.
Oh, hello, Cooper. What is it?
Tracy, come down here to the ballistics bureau as fast as you can.
But what is it? What's happened?
Tracy, that bullet they took out of your leg is the most amazing bullet I've ever seen, in more ways than one. I can't talk on the phone, but for heaven's sake, get down here as fast as you can.
What is Cooper of the Ballistics Bureau so excited about? Why does he want Dick Tracy to come down as fast as he can? Strange adventures await the great detective and his friends. But now it's time for the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting. And the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those specially delicious, nourishing cereals, invite you to attend. Here's Dick Tracy, Jr., your patrol president now.
The meeting will now come to order. Say, wasn't that some ring that Homie Batik gave to Dick? Boy, it has lots of lucky symbols on it. And you should see the secret compartment in it.
Dick will be always able to use that ring, won't he?
You bet. He can carry secret messages in the hidden compartment. Boy, I wish I had a ring like that.
Well, let's get down to business now, Junior.
All right. You know, I almost forgot. I'm so excited about that ring. But today, Dick Tracy sends his congratulations to all the patrol members who were promoted to the rank of sergeant this week.
You know, Dick wants every boy and girl in the patrol to win promotion to the rank of sergeant. So if you haven't started to yet, look in your secret code book and see how you can be appointed a sergeant so you can wear the big special sergeant's badge, too. But let's not forget, Junior, that Dick Tracy wants every real red-blooded American boy and girl to join the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol first.
So if you aren't a member now, join right away and show Dick Tracy that you're with him and for him.
It's so easy. You just tear off the tops of 2 packages of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice, or one of each, and then put them in an envelope with your name and address printed on a plain piece of paper and mail them to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago.
Then you're a full-fledged member of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol, and you get your secret code book, your patrol pledge, and your member's badge, all free.
So send your 2 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago, fellas and girls. And remember, send the top of the package that says, 3 wrappings guard its crispness. There's probably a package or 2 of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice in the pantry right now. Look to see. But if there isn't, Mother will be glad to get some Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice at the grocer's, so ask her to get you some. Tell Mother how Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice are shot from guns.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
What was that about the Duchess?
Oh, hold on a moment, Mother. There's someone at the door.
Mrs. Peel put down the telephone and, still holding the list containing the names of society ladies who used the perfume Reckless Abandon, walked to her front door. A large, bearded man stood in the doorway, a snub-nosed gun in his fist.
The list. That's what I've come for. That list. Hand it over.
What?
Hand it over.
Mrs. Peel did so, her eyes on the man's finger as it tightened over the trigger.
Thank you. That's better.
Now, step back into the room, and no funny tricks, mind. Slowly now. Back. Back.
An OMO user always an OMO user, because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water OMO. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
Very dirty oil or grease marks. If you use cold water OMO, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water OMO. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We got strawberry vanilla, pop and hop. That's all inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. Where Walls Pink Pussycat house.
Episode 4 of this story, in which John Seed finds a romantic writer, Mrs. Peel flirts with death, and various other characters are determined to love all. When Sir Rodney Kellogg was murdered, the only positive clue near the body was a flimsy lace handkerchief. Mrs. Peel was inclined to gloat, as she'd always maintained that Sir Robert had been seduced into giving away top secrets by a woman. Mrs. Peel had followed up on the clue of the handkerchief by tracing the perfume on it. Bell Chambers had given her a short list of all the clients in London who used the exclusive perfume Reckless Abandon. Mrs. Peel, not quite moving in the exalted society channels, had been on the phone to Mother when she was interrupted by the arrival of the man who now held her at gunpoint. The man's orders were clear enough. Mrs. Peel was in a tight spot, and she knew it.
Back. Back. That's it. Now, without any more trouble, pick up that cigarette lighter on the table. Do as I say. Now, flick it open. Light it. That's it. Now you will watch this list burn. Don't move.
The man placed the paper into the flame. It burned rapidly. Mrs. Peel suddenly jerked the lighter forward.
Ah!
The flame singed the man's hand. He yelped, dropped the list. Mrs. Peel chopped the gun from his hand. They grappled with each other, Mrs. Peel trying to stamp out the burning paper with her feet as they did so. Mother, on the phone, was completely confused.
What the devil's going on? Look at what you're doing. It's over with.
Mrs. Peel was trying her best. She struggled free and made for the burning paper. The man went for the gun on the floor. Mrs. Peel was forced to leave the charred paper and defend herself yet again. Mrs. Peel closed in, grasping the man's wrist that held the gun. The struggle was fierce. The man's greater strength was telling. He was forcing the gun round towards her, nearer, nearer. With the last of her strength, Mrs. Peel dodged to one side, twisting the man's arm suddenly. The man gasped and slowly collapsed to the floor. Mrs. Peel rushed to the list to find it burned away into ashes. She turned back to the man and searched him, finding nothing but a curious ring upon his finger.
Curious? A sort of entwined heart motif. And an inscription. Casanova Ink.
She moved to the phone.
Mrs. Peel, are you there? Are you still living?
Hello? Hello, Mother? Yes, just about. Sorry to keep you waiting. What do we know about Casanova Ink? Any ideas?
While Mother and Emma Peel were talking on the phone, the char lady, Martha, was also putting through a call.
I'm phoning from the ministry.
Think this wise?
It's all right. The public phone in the corridor doesn't go through the switchboard. Everything's going splendidly. They're all studying the book. Every one of them is falling under the spell. Kate's got it at the moment. He must be nearly finished. He's had it long enough, and I shall be moving in.
Right. But just watch it. We don't want any more trouble.
Just a minute. I've got to go, darling. This looks like trouble.
Martha slammed down the phone and watched with growing concern as down the corridor tramped a large policewoman. She looked at all the names on the doors, paused outside Tate's, knocked, and walked in. Tate, without looking up from the book, said,
"Come in."
The policewoman walked over to the desk. Tate looked up. His eyes gleamed. His fleshy mouth fell open in astonishment and delight. He appeared to hang on her every word as she said,
"Are you the owner of the car number UGF711F?
Yes. Oh, yes, I am.
You're parked in a no parking zone."
I am?
Yeah. Have you anything to say?
Oh, yes. Yes, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Darling, you there?
Martha, what is it?
Darling, it's all gone wrong. I can't explain on the phone, but the first person Kate saw after the treatments in the book wasn't me. It was a policewoman.
Great heavens.
It's a real spoken-out wheel. I must see you.
All right, tonight.
No, not now. I'm coming straight over.
But, Martha...
No buts about it. I must see you now.
When Steed arrived at Tate's office, he found Tate at his desk. Next to him, handcuffed to him, was the policewoman.
Was it really necessary to handcuff him?
I didn't do it. He handcuffed me. He said, "Those on the law have joined together. Let no man put asunder."
Ah, my dearest. You know, Steed, they need a dogs like these adorable girls in blue.
Really? Is that so?
We shouldn't allow it. We should complain to the government.
We are the government.
Yes. Oh, so am I. Well, I shall complain to the Prime Minister.
I'm sure he'll be devastated.
How would you like it if you had to face dangerous criminals unarmed?
Oh, not my cup of tea at all. Tell me, Mr. Tate, have you always felt so strongly about law enforcement?
No.
Then why this sudden crusade?
Someone came into my life.
This lady?
That's right. Oh, my love. Number 729154, policewoman Grimshaw.
Oh, just my luck. My first traffic offence, and I end up tied to Casanova. I should have stayed in a wren.
In Mother's headquarters, he was dividing his attentions pretty equally between a gin and tonic and the ring Mrs. Peel had placed on the arm of his wheelchair.
Very civilized of me, dear.
The ring?
The gin. Casanova Ink. It isn't versatile, although I consider myself an extraordinarily well-read and knowledgeable man. I've never heard of him. Didn't know him.
Well, the man who wore this obviously knew about me.
I've always thought you attracted the most strange assailants.
Beggars can't be choosers, Mother. I have to take what I can get.
Sir, they'd be very keen to destroy that list. Do you recall any of the names upon it?
Only the ones I read out to you.
Pity. Obviously, you hadn't reached the one that mattered. Ah, Steed. Good. Just in time to pour me the other half. Pleasure, Mother. Tell me, was that incredible report about Tate accurate?
I'm afraid so. He seems to have gone completely off the rails. Suddenly developed a passion for an Amazon in a blue uniform.
Extraordinary. No, don't sign it, Steve. No, thank you. Now, tell me, where is Tate now?
In custody.
He should be in an asylum. Yeah, the whole case is taking on a strange pattern. Don't like the picture.
Neither do I. Any leads yet?
Only this ring Mrs. Peel acquired. Not romantically, I hasten to add.
Let me see. Casanova Ink. Well, what's this got to do with it?
It's about time you found out, Steve.
What about little old me?
You go back to the ministry, Mrs. Peel, and see if you can isolate the germ that's causing this epidemic. See if you can track down, for want of a better phrase, the love bug.
Mrs. Peel returned to the ministry and explored Tate's office. It was there that she came across the book marked Commission Report, Read, Digest, and Pass On. She opened it, glanced at it without interest, and then suddenly became alert. She sank down into the leather chair and began to concentrate. Steed had also done a little reading. In a telephone book, he'd found Casanova, Inc. It was in an office block in the East End. Steed found it with difficulty. The reception room was filled with books. Every wall. Steed walked round reading the titles.
The Complete Works of Rosemary Z. Glade.
With that, Steed knocked on the door, which carried the sign Casanova, Inc. Rosemary Z. Glade, Director, and opened it. A woman's voice was reading.
Aha, my dear, he cried. So your husband is the notorious highwayman, Blackjack McGinty. He shall remember this night as long as he lives, which won't be long. With that, he began to advance upon her. His eyes narrowed evilly, and his breast heaved with lascivious passion.
Steed entered the room.
She shrank back against the wall, her eyes filled with tears. Defile me if you must, you villain, she whispered, but my soul will never be yours. What do I care for your soul, replied the fiend. I have other fish to fry. With which base rejoinder, he put out a hand and...
Not to see the brow, Rosemary?
I'm not Rosemary. He is.
Steed followed her gesture. Behind the desk, leaning back with closed eyes, was a tall, elegant man. His hands were crossed. On one of his fingers was a diamond ring. The motif was entwined hearts.
When I was a girl, hard, harsh rubbing was always good enough for my bathtub. So what's changed?
What's changed? Surfaces have changed. They can't take hard rubbing. They need handy-andy care.
Modern baths and all other modern surfaces need Handy Andy, liquid cleaner with active ammonia. Use Handy Andy straight from the bottle. It lifts dirt without hard rubbing or scratching.
Surfaces have changed. It's time I changed to Handy Andy, too.
There's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Gray of Durban has this to say.
According to Planet, it astounded me. I was really and truly very astounded.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I know who you are. I know all about you and what you've done. You're trying to run away, but I'm going with you.
Saturday night, and CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the story of the killers. The rain beats down in torrents, and during the brief flashes of lightning, a certain stone building stands out in the darkness of the night, the courthouse of a county in a southwestern state. A murder trial has come to a conclusion, a sensational trial in which the young killer has been tried and convicted of the brutal slaying of 5 people, his employer, Farmer Atkins, and Atkins' entire family. The defense, appointed by the state, contended that the slayer was insane. Now the killer stands before the judge.
The jury has found that on the night of September 13th, the entire Atkins family was brutally slain with a meat cleaver wielded by the defendant, Joe Nichols. In the absence of sufficient motive other than the $20 found on the defendant was placed under observation by the state psychiatrist. And the said state psychiatrist find the defendant suffering from dementia praecox. Therefore, it is the duty of this court to commit the defendant to the state institution for the insane.
And so, Joe Nichols was taken to the state asylum, there to be placed under observation and treatment. Now let us travel south in the same state to a certain farm, a farm belonging to the widow Agatha Mayberry. There's no connection whatever between Agatha Mayberry and the insane killer Joe Nichols, but let us go to the farm anyway. Agatha's husband died 3 years ago and left her with a rather large farm. At first she managed things very well, but then came the war, and hands became scarcer and scarcer. Then Agatha's sister Ellen came to live with her, and Ellen's daughter, a lazy girl named Della.
Storm is coming up stronger now. Did you get those calves in like I told you, Della?
What did you say, Aunt Agatha?
Get your nose out of that magazine and you could hear me.
Aunt Agatha wanted to know if you looked after the calves, darling.
No, I forgot.
You'll have to excuse Della. She just can't get used to this sort of life in so short a time.
We've both been here almost a year.
Give her time, Agatha.
Give her time. I'll give her time. Get out there, Della, and see if those calves are under shelter.
But I might catch my death of cold in this storm.
Those calves are worth more than you are. Go on.
She's frightened to death of lightning, Agatha.
I don't think she's frightened of anything.
Why don't you hire a man to do these things?
Wish I could. Men are scarce these days, all in the army.
Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. You stay here. I'll go and see to the calves.
You'll do no such thing, Ellen. Stay here and take care of your baby. And I'll attend to the calves.
Well, she'll be all right just as soon as the storm's over.
Yeah? Well, you've got to do something around here, Della. At least you can wash the dishes.
But I dried them yesterday.
Don't hurt your beautiful hands. Anyway, I've got to do something around here under these conditions.
You need a man. You need a farmhand.
Yes, but I can't get one. So the only thing I can do is to get rid of some of this land. Sell it to someone who can handle it.
Well, Mr. Dalton made you an offer for part of it, Agatha. He offered to buy some.
Yes, I know. And he can handle it. Has a couple of sons. And a daughter who isn't afraid to get her hands dirty.
Oh, how much do you think he'd pay for it?
Oh, I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
Agatha, where are you going?
I'm going to see Mr. Dalton, my neighbor. If I can make a deal, I'll make it tonight.
But it's storming, Aunt Agatha.
I've been in storms before. I'll drive over there and be back in an hour. I'm not a sissy. Go on to bed, Della, and pull the covers over your head.
Aunt Agatha's selfish. She's mean. All she thinks about is this farm and work. I don't know anything about a farm. I can't learn. I won't.
Well, you don't belong on a farm, Della. Doesn't suit you.
I won't hurt animals. I won't milk cows.
Oh, there, darling, don't cry. Mother understands.
No one understands me. I won't be a slave. And Agatha's trying to make a slave of me. There are people for such work. There are men for such things.
Well, but men are scared, darling. Men are scared.
Then we'll leave. We won't put up with this.
Well, how can we leave, baby? We have no money.
No. Well, I won't take care of animals. I'm going to be a model. I should be in New York or in Hollywood.
Now, darling, don't let yourself get excited.
Mean and selfish, and I hate her.
Please, Della, darling, calm yourself.
Who does she think she is, ordering me around like a slave? I won't stand for it. Miserly old fool. I hate her.
You don't mean a word you say, darling. You're just upset now. Please try and relax. Please. No.
While Della, poor little Della, sobs and sobs in a fit of hysteria, and Agatha drives on through the raging storm, and 10 minutes later pulls to a stop in front of her nearest neighbor's house, the house of Farmer Dalton.
Anybody home? Dalton.
Well, land of mercy, Agatha Mayberry. Well, come on in, come in.
You must think I'm kind of crazy running around on a night like this, Mr. Dalton.
Well, there must be a reason for it, Agatha.
Yes, there is. I want to talk business.
Business? Well, all right. What's on your mind all of a sudden?
You want to buy the east half of the farm?
Why, sure. I told you I did.
What was your offer?
$2,000.
Well, that's a little low, don't you think?
Well, perhaps, but what are you going to be able to do with it? You ain't got no menfolk around. You'll have to let it go to grass.
Yes, I know that. But if we could only get a few women to give up their fancy manicures and long fingernails, it wouldn't hurt them any, I know. I've tried it.
Yeah, you're right about that, Agatha.
Well, let's get down to business. You'll give me $2,000 for the east half of my land?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the deal.
Good. Shake. Now, how do you want it?
Well, how are you prepared to handle it?
Well, I'll tell you, I collected $1,000 cash from Henry Jacobs late this afternoon. It was too late to put in the bank, so I'll just give you that cash and a note for 12 months on the balance.
All right, fair enough. Make out the note.
All right. I, John Dalton, in consideration, in the sum of $1,000. Well, there you are, Agatha.
I see. Well, shouldn't we have a witness to this transaction?
Well, if you want it that way, sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Dalton. That was a swell supper.
Oh, come in here a minute. I want you to do something.
Sure. Anything to say, Mr. Dalton? What can I do?
Joe, this is Mrs. Agatha Mayberry, my neighbor of the West. She just sold me the east half of her land. I'm paying her half cash and the other half on a 12-month note. Like you to witness that note, you would, Joe.
Is that necessary?
Oh, I don't know, but that's the way Agatha wants it.
Very well, I'll witness it. There you are.
Thanks, Joe.
And who is this man?
Well, Joe came here today, early this morning, and he's worked like a dog all day, done 10 men's work, and that's something I can't understand.
What do you mean?
Well, he's been discharged from the Army because of a physical reason. He's a 4F, but certainly didn't show any bad signs today.
I can still do a lot of useful things.
I thought you had enough men around here to handle things.
Oh, I have, but he was broke and hungry.
Well, if you don't really need him, how about lending him to me? I could use him.
Yes, that's right. You could. She's got a farm and not a man on the place, Joe. How about it, huh?
Sure, I'd be glad to help her.
Fine. Well, you go on with Mrs. Mayberry. She really needs help, Joe. She lives alone with her sister and her young niece, and they can't help her much, but you can.
It's a deal.
Right.
Well, here's your $1,000 cash, Agatha, and the note. Next payment's due in 30 days. I'll have it there.
I'm not worried about you, John. See you later.
Well, now, you better keep an eye on me. I'm a strange sort of critter. I forget sometimes, you know.
Well, come along, young man. It's getting late, and the storm's getting worse.
Yes, I know. Are you alone?
Yes.
Good night, Mr. Dalton, and thanks for everything.
Night, Joe.
What'd you say your name was?
I didn't say. But my name's Joe.
Oh, I see. Ever do any farm work, Joe?
Yes, I've done a little, here and there.
Well, you're sure welcome.
Why did you sell half of your farm?
Because I couldn't take care of it.
You sold it short, didn't you?
Yep, $2,000. And it's really worth $4,000. He gave me $1,000 cash and this note for the balance.
Aren't you worried about carrying $1,000 in cash?
No, why should I be worried?
Oh, I don't know, but it's kind of risky.
Is it?
Aren't you afraid of me?
No, I'm not afraid of anyone.
No? Oh, that's good.
How long you been out of the Army?
3 days over 4 months. I was wounded in Bataan. But I can do lots of things, even if I am discharged.
Well, I'm glad to have you. Glad to have anyone who can do anything.
It's a dark road, isn't it?
Yep. No one could drive on it if they didn't know it.
Any crossroads?
Nope, none.
How much farther is your place?
About 2 miles.
Oh, that far, huh? It's a big farm.
Well, what do you think of that? Must have got wet after all.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Oh, I hope it keeps going. I'd hate to have to walk the rest of the way in this storm. Such mud.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good, would it? Maybe you better stop and let me have a look under the hood.
All right. Shall I turn off the motor?
No, not yet. Oh, your fan isn't working. The belt's slipping and your motor's too hot.
Well, can you fix it?
Yeah. Yeah, I can fix it. Have you got a wrench?
Yes, in that door pocket.
Oh, yes. Here we are. This'll do it. Turn it off.
Well, what are you staring at?
Oh, I was just thinking what a brave woman you are to be riding around alone on a night like this with $1,000 in cash.
Seems to me Agatha's been gone quite a while, Della.
Yes, it's been almost an hour.
Maybe she got stuck or something happened to the car.
They'll be right if it did. I don't care if she never comes back.
Della, what are you saying? You don't mean that.
Well, maybe not. But I was just thinking. So were you, but you won't admit it.
Admit what?
If she didn't come back, why, then we could leave here. We could go to New York or Hollywood, and I could follow my career.
How?
Well, we could sell the farm and everything. Have plenty of money to live on till I got started.
We sell the farm?
Don't be so dumb, Mother. Wouldn't you inherit all her property?
Don't talk like that, Della. It frightens me.
I can imagine how frightened you are. You're not afraid something has happened to her. You're afraid something won't.
Be still.
All right.
Getting worse.
Yes. That'll make the road slicker, muddier. Be hard to keep from skidding.
Della, don't open it.
Who's there?
It's all right. Open the door.
Good news, maybe, Mother. What is it?
Oh, gee, it's mighty wet out here. Are you Mrs. Mayberry's niece?
Yes. What happened?
Well, she had a little trouble and...
Where is she? Is she all right? I'm her sister.
No, don't close the door. She'll be along in a moment.
Is she...
How did it happen?
Well, the fan belt slipped and the motor got hot, and then when she started down that steep hill, the car started to slide, and she went into a tree at the bottom.
I see. Where is she now?
Well, I got in the garage all right. Not hurt much. Front axle bent a little.
Agatha! What? She's all right.
Yeah, but I certainly had a time with that car. What do you mean, all right? Of course I'm all right.
But we thought...
Make some tea, Ellen. I'm frozen stiff.
Who's this man?
Oh, this is Joe. Joe, this is my niece Della, and this is her mother, my sister Ellen.
We've met.
We're going to have a man around here. Joe's the new hand. Maybe we'll get something done around here for a change.
Did you make the deal with Mr. Dalton?
Sure. And he paid me $1,000 down, in cash. Balance monthly. Joe here was witness to the deal.
Witness?
Yes, I happened to be at the Dalton's place. I worked there today. Your aunt said she needed a hand, so here I am.
You're going to stay here?
Of course.
Well, how nice.
Your aunt's a very brave woman to take a chance riding with a stranger and $1,000 cash around her neck.
Oh, I'm not afraid. I'm a pretty good judge of people. Well, since you aren't going to make that tea, Ellen, I'll do it myself. Sit down, Ellen, before you fall down. Turn on the radio, Della. I want to hear the news in a little bit.
Are you married, Mr. Joe?
No.
You're not in the Army?
I was. Medical discharge.
You look tired, sir.
Yes, I am. I wonder if you'd mind if I'd turn in.
Not at all.
Well, is there a separate building for the hands?
No, I suppose Aunt Agatha intends for you to have the spare room upstairs. The end of the hall.
I see. Well, good night, Miss...
My name is Della.
Good night, Della.
Good night, Joe.
Good night.
Night, ma'am.
He's a bit odd, isn't he? I like him. He's not bad looking either.
A farmer and his entire family with a meat cleaver. He was later found to be insane and sentenced to the insane asylum. He escaped last night and is believed to be heading south. This man is dangerous regardless of his seeming sanity, and authorities are to be notified of any man answering his description. He is 5 feet 9, dark brown hair, blue eyes, and his name is Joe Nichols. He was last seen...
Stella. It's him. And his name is John.
Yes, Stella. His name is Joe. Upstairs in that spare room is Joe, a mad killer. That frightens you, doesn't it? You and your mother and your aunt, 3 women alone in a house with a madman. And the man knows about the $1,000. What are you going to do, Della?
What are we going to do, Della? What'll we do? Quiet, Mother. I'll tell Agatha. Agatha should know.
Come back here. Be quiet.
Agatha should be warned. Maybe she will know what to do.
No, not a word to Aunt Agatha. It would only frighten her.
Well, then call the police. Call somebody.
We can't. The phone isn't working. It's gone dead.
Gone dead? Della, what do you mean?
What I said. I tried it earlier this evening.
Well, when? I don't remember.
You be still. Now go upstairs and go to bed.
Go upstairs? But... No, Della, I can't. We've got to tell Agatha.
Go to bed.
But what if he should... Della, he knows about that money. Might kill us all for sleep.
There's a gun in this table drawer. I can see both your room and Aunt Agatha's from this chair by the door. I'll stay here in the dark until morning. Understand?
Yes, but please.
Go on upstairs before Agatha sees you. Go on. Well, where's everybody? Where's Joe?
Said he was tired, so he went to bed. Mother just went up. After all, it is late, Aunt Agatha.
Yeah, right, it is.
You look tired, Aunt. Perhaps you'd better...
What's the matter with you? What are you trembling about?
Trembling? I think I've taken cold. A little chill. I'll be all right.
Better take some quinine and go to bed yourself.
Just that I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'll read for a little while. Then I'll be up.
I missed the news. What did it say?
It said that, nothing's important.
Oh, I see. Well, better drink some warm milk and go to bed. Right.
Good night.
Why didn't you tell her, Della? Do you really think you can handle the situation? You think you can cope with a madman? Your face grows more pale. Your hands tremble. Della steps to the table, studies the phone, then opens the drawer, takes the revolver, turns out the lights, and slips into the chair by the door. As the hours pass, the storm increases to a fury. It is 3 a.m. now, and Agatha sleeps soundly in her 4-poster bed. Then her door opens softly, and a tall figure steps into the room, slips to the side of Agatha's bed. A few moments pass, then a hand reaches toward Agatha's throat, removes the money bag. Agatha opens her eyes.
What do you want? What is it you...
The storm has reached its peak. A few minutes later, it has passed over, leaving only the fall of a light rain. Suddenly, Della stirs in the chair beside the door. A figure is slowly, stealthily coming down the stairs. Reaches the bottom and starts to cross the room toward Della. She waits breathlessly, then snaps on the light.
Where were you going?
Why, I was... What are you doing down here?
Where were you going?
Well, the storm woke me up, and I got a little hungry. I thought I'd have a look in the kitchen.
You were headed the wrong way, Joe.
Huh?
The kitchen is over there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. I guess I got turned around in the dark.
I don't think you were confused, Joe.
What do you mean?
You had no intention of spending the night here. And you weren't planning to start work in the morning.
Of course I was.
I know who you are, Joe. I know all about you.
What? How do you know?
Radio. There was a warning on a description. They said you were in Mississippi.
And what are you going to do? Phone the police?
No. Phone is dead.
Yes?
I'm not afraid of you. I understand you're kind, Joe.
What do you mean by that?
I don't condemn you. I sympathize with you.
You do?
Yes.
If they know I'm in the vicinity, then I've got to get out of here.
You've got a little money. Haven't you, Joe?
Yes?
Then I'm going with you.
What, you're going... What do you mean I can't do that?
Yes, you can. You've got to. Once we're across the state line, everything will be all right.
State line? I don't get it.
I've got to get away from here. I've got to. I'm being held here against my wishes.
Held here?
Yes, they think I'm crazy, unbalanced.
Crazy? You don't act crazy to me.
Neither do you. But they've got some reason for keeping me here, and I can't stand it any longer. I've left before, but I haven't got a cent, and they watch me like a hawk. Here are the keys to the car.
I don't need a car. I can hide out better on foot. I don't want anybody with me, especially a girl, and besides, I don't intend to cross the state line.
But you're taking me with you.
Nothing doing. I'm getting out now while it's dark.
Wait a minute.
What?
Shoot, if I open that door and go to the garage. Now go on. Remember, you're a fugitive. If I shoot you, they'll think nothing of it. Straight ahead to the garage. Now turn here. This is the main highway.
Well, why the main highway? I'd rather keep to the side.
I wouldn't. Straight ahead.
Maybe they're right. Maybe you are nuts.
Oh, are you crazy, Joe?
Certainly not.
Of course not. Neither am I.
Where does this highway go?
To the state line.
Look, I'm in a tough enough spot as it is. I'm not going to try and cross the state line with a girl at this time of the morning.
I'll take care of that. I know it. Straight ahead.
What a sapite. I could wring your neck for this.
You're just the one who could do it.
I've got one chance in 1,000 of getting over that line.
We'll make it all right. We'll make it. And keep both hands on that wheel. I know what you're thinking.
I could turn this car over, you know.
But you won't. Will you?
Hey, look. Red lights ahead.
State line.
One of the lights is swinging. They're signaling to stop. Police officers.
Yes. Faster, Joe, faster. Go right on through them. They'll never catch you. I said faster.
Hey, stop. State line. Stop.
We've made it. Keep going.
I don't know. I think we've broken a piston rod just so freight can't take such a beating. Oh. Look back. Here they come. Now I am stuck.
Don't move, Joe. Stay right where you are.
You little sap.
Don't you move or I'll shoot.
Put up your hands, buddy. What have you been drinking?
All right.
What's the idea of running over the state line like that? Didn't you see the lights?
Well, you see, I
Maybe he's colorblind, Tom. Thought they were green.
He seems to be sober, all right. Let's see your driver's license.
I haven't got one.
See your draft card.
I haven't got one. That is, with me.
Well, you hear that, Frank? Who are you?
Hey, Tom. Look, slumped down in the seat.
The girl. Throw your light on her.
Look at her face, all bloody.
Open the door. She's been bashed in the mouth. Wait a minute. Is this your gun, buddy?
No.
What's this little pouch on the seat?
I don't know.
Look, Tom. Look at the bills. Look at the wad of money.
Hey, sister. Are you all right?
It's all right, sister. We're state police.
Police?
What happened to you?
It's him.
Who was this man?
He came to our farm last night. He robbed my aunt and made me come with me. He kidnapped me.
She's crazy. She's a nut.
When we crossed the line, I tried to scream and he hit me.
You don't know who he is?
No, his name is Joe. I think he's the lunatic who escaped from the asylum yesterday.
She's crazy, I tell you.
Get out of that car, buddy. You'll come into headquarters. Go on, miss. What happened then?
Well, after Mother and I heard the announcement on the radio, I knew it was him. I couldn't call the police because the phone was dead.
Why didn't you go for help?
Because he knew that Aunt Agatha had the money. I was afraid to go because of what he might do. I got Aunt's gun and sat by the door where I could see him as he went into his room.
Yes?
But I must have fallen asleep because I waked up just in time to see him coming down the stairs and start for the outer door. I turned on the light and he said he was looking for the kitchen.
It was then you realized that while you'd been asleep that he'd gone into your aunt's room, killed her, and taken the money?
Yes. If I hadn't fallen asleep, I might have prevented it. I could have shot him.
Officer, you know this woman's crazy, don't you?
Crazy?
Yes, she told me so herself. She said she was being kept a prisoner by her aunt and her mother because they knew she was unbalanced.
Yeah. Well, maybe you're right, Joe. Maybe she is crazy.
What do you mean by that?
She's crazy. Yeah. Crazy like a fox.
He's lying. I never said I was crazy.
When Joe came to the farm and you realized he was the escaped killer from the asylum, you decided to take advantage of his being there and kill your aunt so your mother would inherit the estate.
How can you say such a thing? That's horrible.
You knew Joe would try to make a getaway when you told him about the broadcast. You had the money and the gun. You forced him to take you across the state line. You knew we'd chase you and catch you. You dropped the money bag in the seat, and when we caught up to you, you hit yourself in the mouth with the gun butt.
I didn't.
Ah, yes, you did. We know all about it. It was you who went into your aunt's room, took the money, and hit her on the head.
How can you say that?
Because your aunt saw you standing over her bed. She called headquarters an hour ago.
You what?
Yeah. You didn't hit her hard enough, Della. And you lied about that phone. It was never out of order.
She isn't dead. Oh. But this is ridiculous. Why would I do such a thing? Here's an escaped lunatic. A mad killer. Why should I be accused of such a thing?
Della, Joe Nichols was captured a half hour after the broadcast. This man isn't Joe Nichols. He's Joe Davis, a deserter from Camp Higsby. But I think he's ready to go back and face the music.
Oh, believe me, Lieutenant, I thought I couldn't stand it there any longer. So I ran away. But after all this, well, just take me back to camp. It'll be like paradise.
Well, there you are. A strange story that might very well have ended disastrously for Joe if Della hadn't slipped up on two things: the telephone and the failure to learn if Aunt Agatha was really dead. Even though Joe has not escaped as an escaped lunatic, he might very easily have been charged with murder had it not been for the over-anxiety of the vicious-minded Della. Della wasn't crazy. She was just a selfish little fool with no thought for anyone or anything except her own individual existence. There are a lot of you like that. Think it over.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Brought to you each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. While they set the stage for today's shadow drama, let me ask you a brief but vital question. Have you heard about the new easy three-way plan for better home heating? It's the Blue Coal Plan, with the accent on convenience, economy, and comfort. Blue coal in your furnace means a steady-burning, longer-lasting fire that heats your home comfortably from cellar to attic. Next time you order fuel, insist upon Blue Coal. Your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer will be glad to explain his three-way plan for better home heating. Phone him tomorrow, won't you? The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Shadow Challenge. Hello? No, I can't speak to him. And please don't put more calls through, operator. I'm busy working and I don't wish to be disturbed. Thank you. Now, let me see. Where was I? Oh, yes. What was that?
I'm sorry to interrupt your work, Professor Rice.
Who is that? Who is speaking? I see no one.
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? I've heard of you. What are you doing here?
That manuscript you're translating, Professor Rice. It is of great value, is it not?
Yes, of course.
I want you to give it to me, Professor.
Give you this manuscript? Why, that's impossible. It's not mine. It belongs to the museum. It's a direct key to ancient Hindu culture.
I know. That's why I've come here. I want that manuscript.
Now, see here. I've always had a great respect for you, Shadow. You work for the forces of good against the forces of evil. But now, you're behaving like a common thief.
Give me that manuscript.
No.
Very well. I see that I must use other methods.
What do you mean? What are you going to do?
This is what I'm going to do, Professor Rice.
Oh, Shadow. Why did you do this?
Lamont Cranston, to think that I believed you all these years when you told me what a golfer you were.
Oh, I just had an off day, that's all, Margot. Even the best of us experience those. Besides, I'm not used to playing in the sun.
You weren't in the sun.
Huh?
You were in a nice, shady wood. You never saw the fairway all day.
All right, you win.
Do we have time for a swim?
I think so.
Oh, good.
I've got to vindicate my athletic ability in some fashion.
Big snowstorm.
Don't you ever change that headline down here?
Well, not till I think of a better one. Paper, mister?
All right, here you are.
Thank you. It's the entire northern states buried by snowstorm. Read all about
Well,
it.
how bad was the storm? How many feet of snow?
Margot, you're talking like a tourist. All they need is a flurry up north to cause a headline like this.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure. You get used to these headlines after you hear. Margot.
What?
Margot, look at this.
What is it?
The story on the front page. Museum professor murdered by the Shadow.
By the Shadow?
Well, that's what it says. Professor Rice of the Cosmopolitan Museum was found dying in his apartment late this evening by the police. In a deathbed statement to Commissioner Weston, he described his assailant as an invisible man who called himself the Shadow.
Well, Lamont, that's impossible. How do you explain it?
I have no explanation. But one thing is certain. We're catching the next plane north. And you say, Commissioner Weston, that the dying man swore that his assailant was the Shadow?
That's right.
Well, somehow I can't believe that.
Now, look, Miss Lane, facts are facts.
Well, what Margot means, Commissioner, is that she can't believe that the Shadow would do such a thing.
Well, that's her opinion. Me, I think different.
What do you mean?
I've always suspected that the Shadow was a criminal at heart.
Why?
Otherwise, why would he always remain invisible? Oh, I tell you, he's a bad egg, and this murder confirms it.
This manuscript, Commissioner, the one that the killer stole from Professor Rice. What do you know about it?
Well, it's something that the professor was working on. Rice and 3 other scholars are employed by the Cosmopolitan Museum, specializing in, restoration and recreation of ancient Hindu culture.
Yes, I'm acquainted with all of them and their work.
Well, you probably know more about it than I do. Anyway, this manuscript was very valuable to them.
But what value would it have to anyone else?
That's out of the department, Miss Lane. My job is who put it to the corpus delicti. In other words, who killed Professor Rice? The answer to that is the Shadow.
And the motive?
Larceny, my friend. Good old-fashioned larceny. Shadow wanted that manuscript, and he killed the guy to get it.
Commissioner, I don't think that the Shadow had anything to do with it.
Look, I heard the accusation with my own ears just before the erstwhile Professor Rice gave up the ghost.
Nevertheless, I can't believe the Shadow is guilty. And I hope to be able to prove my point.
How?
Well, with your permission, I'd like to go to the museum and talk to Professor Rice's associates. See what I can learn.
Go ahead. Go ahead, my friend.
We'll leave the car here, Margot. I believe that the night entrance to the museum is in this wing.
Lamont, do you suppose that someone has discovered your secret and is misusing it in the Shadow's name?
That's possible, Margot.
Well, what else could it be?
Well, perhaps Weston is putting the blame of the crime on the Shadow to excuse his department's inability to solve the murder.
Oh, Lamont, what a horrible thing to do.
Well, that's just a supposition, Margot. Well, here we are. We'll have to ring for the watchman.
What do you expect to find out here, Lamont?
Well, I want to talk to the other professors and find out more about the missing manuscript.
Yes? What is it?
Oh, good evening. We wish to see either Professor Carter or Hagen or Professor Almond.
Yes?
I know they're working here this evening.
Are you expected?
Yes, we are.
Oh, well, come in.
Thank you.
We seldom have visitors at this late hour.
Well, I guess not.
I must ask you to walk quietly, please. They do not like to be disturbed.
You mean the professors?
Oh, no, not the professors. I mean those that live here.
Oh, are there people there?
This is their time to rest. Who? Those that you see about you, the statues, the paintings. Tires them, you know. People staring at them through the day.
Oh, yes. Yes, I can understand that.
Lamont, does he mean...
Margot, the statues must appreciate your consideration for them, sir.
Oh, yes, they do. They know that I watch over them through the night. There is the door to the offices. I must leave you here.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yes, it was nice of you to show us the way.
Not at all. Good night.
Good night.
Yes, good night. Cheerful fellow. Makes you feel right at home.
Yes. Well, let's go in, Margot.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Cranston. I didn't expect to see anyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Miss Lane, Professor Carter.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Lane? Won't you go into the office? Professor Armand is there. I have to consult a file. I'll be right back.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Professor Carter. Well, come along, Margot.
All right.
May we come in?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, Mr. Cranston. Do come in.
Thank you. I don't believe you know Miss Lane.
No, I have never had the pleasure.
This is Professor Armand, Margot.
How do you do, Professor?
I am most delighted to make your acquaintance. Won't you both be seated?
Thank you.
Thank you. I spoke to Professor Hagen this afternoon. Did he explain to you the purpose of my visit?
Yes, he did. You are interested, I believe, in solving the murder of our most worthy colleague, Professor Rice?
Yes.
A very noble endeavor.
I thought I might begin by learning more about the manuscript that Professor Rice was working on when he was killed.
An excellent beginning.
Yes. What was its value, Professor Almond?
The missing manuscript was quite priceless in rarity, but its monetary value was slight indeed because any attempt to resell it would bring immediate arrest.
Well, Professor, what was in the manuscript?
I must confess that I do not know. You see, it was one section of a single volume that the four of us were translating. Each of us took 1/4 of the work.
The work deals with ancient Hindu culture, doesn't it?
Yes.
Would it by any chance contain any secrets? Secrets of that civilization which could be of value to someone today?
I fear that I am not at liberty to answer that question, Mr. Cranston. Perhaps Professor Hagen might be of greater service to you. He is our superior, you know.
Where is the professor?
He's working in the laboratory upstairs. I shall be most willing to go up and get him for you.
But can't you possibly...
I shall return in a moment with Professor Hagen. You will excuse me, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Well, our Hindu friend didn't appear to be too willing to talk.
No. I believe he knows much more than he cared to tell.
Lamont, I wonder if... Should we answer it?
Well, I suppose I'd better. Hello?
To whom am I speaking?
This is Lamont Cranston.
Oh, then I can leave my message with you.
Certainly. What is it?
Of the 3 men who once were 4, One more is about to die.
Who is this? Who's speaking?
The Shadow.
The Shadow? Hello? Hello?
What's the matter, Lamont?
That person on the phone called himself the Shadow.
Then there is an impersonator.
Yes.
I'm sorry to be so long.
Professor Carter, someone just called on the phone. He said that one of you three professors is about to die.
What?
It might be a crank, but we can't take any chances.
Where are the others?
Upstairs in the laboratory. You'd better take us up there at once.
Yes. Follow me. Up these stairs.
Come along, Margot.
I can't imagine who's...
Ah! There's trouble up there. Hurry, Carter.
Sounds like Ahmed's voice. Right in here.
What's wrong? Oh, Margot, you better stay out of here. It's not a pleasant sight.
Ahmed, what happened? What happened to Professor Hagen?
I found him so on the floor, dying.
Oh. Was he still alive when you got here?
Yes.
Could he talk to you? Did you learn anything?
Yes, he told me that his attacker was an invisible man who called himself the Shadow.
Well, Margot, we now have definite proof that someone is impersonating the Shadow.
Yes, Lamont, but what can you do about it?
Don't worry, Margot. I've always used the power of the Shadow to aid the forces of law and order, to help good conquer evil.
Yes, I know.
And now that someone else has discovered my secret of invisibility and is misusing this power, I shall travel to the ends of the earth to conquer him. This, Margot, is the Shadow's greatest challenge. But I'm sure that I can meet it and come out on top.
We'll find out how the Shadow meets his challenge in just a moment. But first, are you running your home on a budget plan? If you are, then every penny counts. And you can save not only pennies, but dollars by heating your home with blue coal. Yes, any way you look at it, blue coal gives you more for your money. It burns better, lasts longer, distributes dependable, healthful heat that will cut down your heating costs. And no wonder. You see, blue coal is America's finest hard coal. It comes from the heart of the northern Pennsylvania anthracite fields, thousands of feet below the surface, where only the choicest hard coal is mined. What's more, with every order of blue coal, you enjoy the extra home heating service and free advice of your neighborhood blue coal dealer. Besides, he'll give you a free demonstration of the blue coal automatic heat regulator. Just as its name implies, the blue coal automatic heat regulator regulates the heat in your home by operating furnace dampers automatically. You simply set the thermostat, and the heat regulator does the rest. Blue coal and a blue coal heat regulator work together with clock-like precision to increase your comfort and reduce wasted fuel. Ask your neighborhood blue coal dealer about this modern way to heat your home. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. Call him tomorrow. And now, back to the Shadow.
Lamont, have you uncovered any clues? Any leads as to the identity of this person who was masquerading as a Shadow?
Nothing important, no. But in the past 12 hours, I have received 2 mysterious unsigned messages.
Really? What about?
I'll read you one of them. It says, "Why don't you inquire into the jealousy of the 4 who now are 2?
Does that refer to the 4 professors?
Yes. And I learned that it's quite true. A great jealousy existed. All 4 men, although they worked together, were constantly vying with one another for individual glory.
Then that's why the original manuscript was divided among the 4 of them.
Exactly.
Well, Lamont, you mentioned that you received 2 messages. What was the other one?
I have it here. Listen to this. What were the secrets to be found in the manuscript that was being translated by the 4 who now are 2?
And did you learn the answer to that question?
Not very satisfactorily. I can only guess that these secrets were of an occult nature. Secrets of the ancient Orient.
I see.
And it was in the Orient, Margot, that the Shadow learned his secret of invisibility.
Yes, of course. Lamont, who could have sent those messages?
I don't know his identity, but judging by the phrases he used, they were written by the same man that I spoke to on the telephone. The man who calls himself the Shadow.
But why should he be helping you?
I wish I knew. In any case, Margot, his messages bear further investigation. So I think I shall begin by paying a call on Professors Carter and Amwood as the Shadow.
Do you by any chance have a feeling of uneasiness, my dear Professor Carter?
How do you mean?
We still have in our trusted possession the remaining parts of the manuscript. That would make us, shall I say, logical victims.
Then you believe, Professor Ahmed, that we too are marked for death?
That was not my statement. I merely point to the past as a warning of the future.
Well, that's a pleasant picture. If you don't mind, Professor, I'd rather not hear any more of your prophecies tonight.
Very well, if that...
What was that?
You'll pardon my intrusion, gentlemen.
Who speaks? I see no one.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am called the Shadow.
Shadow? He's coming here to kill us.
Now, don't be alarmed, Professor Carter. I shan't harm you. I've merely come here seeking information.
It is true. It is true, just as we have heard. You are invisible, Mr. Shadow.
Yes.
Very interesting. Very. How do you achieve this invisibility?
By hypnotizing your minds, gentlemen.
Are you here to kill us as you did the others?
I did not kill the others, Professor Carter. That was done by an imposter who used my name. And you can both help me to trap this masquerading murderer.
Help you? How?
By telling me what I wish to know. By answering my questions.
What are your questions?
What precious secrets were contained in the manuscripts that were stolen?
Secrets? I do not understand.
No evasions, please, Professor Amwood. You are both working on sections of that book. What is it about? What mysteries of the ancient Orient does it reveal?
I am afraid you have been misinformed, my dear Shadow. Hasn't he, Professor Carter?
Oh, yes. Yes, there are no secrets.
You're lying, both of you.
Lying?
Yes. And your lies are most incriminating. You see, gentlemen, I happen to know the circumstances surrounding the death of Professor Hagen. And based on these circumstances, either of you could have been his murderer.
That's not true.
You don't know what you're saying, Shadow.
But I do. So shall we say, gentlemen, that it might be wise for you both in the future to be much more careful.
Lamont, did you learn anything from Ahmed or Carter?
Nothing definite. They wouldn't talk, either one of them.
Dear, well, what's to be done now?
I'm not sure. I think that I'll take it.
All right.
Hello?
Is this Lamont Cranston?
Yes?
I just want to tell you that of the 4 who now are 2, one more is about to go.
Who is this?
You know who this is, Mr. Cranston. I am the Shadow.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, Lamont. Was that the imposter?
Yes. He's delivered another warning.
What was it?
Another one of the professors is marked for death.
Oh, which one?
He didn't say. We must warn them both at once. Come on, Margot. Carter lives right down the street. We'll go to his place first. If he's all right, we'll call Ammon from there. But come quickly. We must hurry. Professor Carter! Professor Carter!
Lamont, do you suppose something's happened to him already?
We'll soon find out. I'll use the skeleton key. I hate to do this, but... there we are. Come on, Margot. Professor Carter!
Lamont, look. The living room. There's been a fight.
Yes, furniture overturned, lamps broken.
But where's Carter?
I'll look in the bedroom. Carter! Carter, are you in there?
Any sign of him, Lamont?
No. This is the only other room in the apartment.
What could have happened to him?
I don't know. It's quite obvious, though, that he was the one selected as the next victim.
This whole thing becomes more baffling every minute.
Quite the contrary, Margot. I think it becomes increasingly clear.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Before we came here, Margot, I was practically convinced that either Carter or Amwood was the one who murdered Hagen and Rice.
Lamont, are you serious?
Yes, Margot. I felt that one of them had learned something from their share of the manuscript that made them kill to obtain the other men's copies.
I see. But how was the Shadow impersonated?
That fits into it too, Margot, very neatly. I learned the secret of invisibility in the Orient. It came from an ancient source. And one of those men could have learned this secret from his manuscript.
Yes. Yes, that's very logical. But now that Carter is missing...
Yes, that leaves only Amwood. And I think we should pay a call on that gentleman at once. We'd like to see Professor Armwood, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. He's not in his apartment.
When do you expect him?
Well, not for some time, sir. He's been called out of town unexpectedly.
When did he leave?
A short time ago, sir.
Did he say where he was going?
No, sir. He just said he's been gone for an indefinite period.
Well, I guess that just proves Armwood's guilt, doesn't it, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. I've been reviewing the entire case in my mind, and several new factors have occurred to me.
What are they?
Well, let's wait till we get into the apartment. We'll talk over a cup of tea.
All right.
Won't you go in, Margot?
Yes, thanks. Lamont, look, there seems to be a note here right under the door.
A note? Let me see it.
Here.
Well, listen to this, Margot. Tonight at the hour of midnight in the storage room in the basement of the museum, the one whom you seek can be found.
Does that mean the person who is masquerading as a shadow?
I think it does. What time is it, Margot?
Let's see. About 20 of 12.
Well, if I don't want to keep our friend waiting, I'd better be getting over to the museum.
Well, Lamont, suppose this is a trap of the killers, a scheme to do away with you as he did the others.
I'll chance that, Margot. But I want you to get word to Commissioner Weston. Have him at the museum with his men at 12:15. Tell him that he will find the murderer who has pretended to be the shadow. Is there anyone here? This is Lamont Cranston. Is there anyone here? Who is that?
Don't let me frighten you, Mr. Cranston. I'm your old friend, the Shadow.
You are not the Shadow?
No. How would you know that? Answer me.
I repeat, you are not the Shadow.
I see. And would your knowledge be based on the fact that you yourself are the Shadow? Would it, Mr. Cranston? You don't have to answer, I know. I've known for some time now. You are the Shadow.
What makes you think so?
I've followed the activities of the Shadow for many years. I was most curious to learn his real identity. I began keeping track of the people who were present before and after all of his appearances.
I see. And after discarding many suspects, your search narrowed down to me, is that it?
That's it, exactly. And I am the only man who knows the identity of the Shadow.
Well, I must compliment you on your cleverness. I admit to you, I am the Shadow.
Yes, but a very powerless Shadow at this point. Having learned your secret of invisibility, I've hypnotized your mind before you were aware of me. This time, the real Shadow is visible, and I am the one unseen.
How did you learn my secret?
From the Hindu manuscript.
Then you admit the murder of Professor Hagen and Professor Rice?
Yes. Yes, unfortunately, they were in the way.
Why did you commit these crimes in my name?
Because I wanted to attract the attention of you, the real Shadow, and I succeeded. I led you on, Lamont Cranston, with my phone calls, anonymous notes.
Why? What was your purpose?
My purpose was, and is, to put an end to your activities. After tonight, Mr. Cranston, I alone will be the Shadow, and I shall capitalize on this power. You were a fool.
Why do you say that?
Always working for the powers of good. I shall take real advantage of the name. With a trick of invisibility, the world will be mine.
I gather that I'm to be the next victim in your chain of murders.
To put it bluntly, yes.
I should think that you would make sure of your talents for invisibility before you attempted that.
What do you mean?
Unlike your other victims, my mind is not receptive to your hypnosis.
What are you saying?
I mean that you have been perfectly visible to me ever since you entered this room, Professor Carter.
What? You see me?
Most clearly. And now, if you will observe closely, I shall instruct you in the true art of hypnosis. Look at me, Professor Carter.
No.
Look at me.
No.
I am disappearing before your very eyes. You see? You see?
Wait, you can't do this. You're destroying my power. Do you hear? You're clouding my mind. Cranston.
I am no longer Cranston, Professor Carter. I am
the Shadow.
So, you think you've tricked me, do you? You think you've gained the upper hand, but you're wrong. You're wrong.
That revolver won't be of much use. How will you ever find your target?
I'll find you. I'll find you.
Try again, Carter.
I won't miss this time.
Open up in there! Open up!
I believe that's the police, Carter. You'd better put down that gun.
Let them come and get me, and they'd better come shooting.
You'll have to break open the door, Commissioner.
We're coming in.
And beware, this man here is armed.
Keep out of here. I'm warning you, keep out. You're not going to take me. Oh!
He's been hit, Commissioner. Come ahead.
Shadow, so you're here, too.
I came here to apprehend that man on the floor. He is the one who used my name in killing Hagen and Rice.
What? What are you saying?
Look, he's still conscious. Ask him. Ask him.
All right. Why, it's Professor Carter.
Yes, he was my impersonator.
Carter. Professor Carter, is this true?
Yes, it's true.
How did you make yourself invisible?
I learned the secret from the manuscript which I've destroyed.
Carter, listen to me. You must know the identity of the real Shadow, don't you?
Yes.
Who is he? Tell me.
The real Shadow is...
You'll never learn now, Commissioner. But I think you should know this. In the future, you must always believe one thing about me. The Shadow at all times will be working on the side of right and justice.
We'll hear again from the Shadow in just a minute. But first, here's John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Jean Paul King, and good evening, friends. You know, it's amazing how many people have the idea that there's only one size of hard coal. Yes, and I dare say just as many people think that it makes no difference what size coal they burn in their furnace. As a matter of fact, hard coal is prepared and sold in several home sizes. And it may be that one particular size, or possibly a combination of sizes, will give you the best heat for the least money. Of course, many factors enter into the choice of the size coal for your particular furnace. Factors such as chimney construction, draft conditions, and the size of your furnace. At any rate, a trained John Barclay serviceman can give a quick inspection of your heating plant and tell at a glance whether or not you're burning the right size coal. This free inspection is part of the extra home heating service provided by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. So remember, if you're not completely satisfied with the results you're getting, maybe you're burning the wrong size coal. Just phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer first thing in the morning. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you an adventure of the Shadow that will amaze you with its breathtaking thrills. So be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. This is Jean Paul King saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, June. I was just thinking about you, Angela. The theater tonight? No, I'm sorry, I'm working on a case. Of course, I know those tickets were hard to get, but so was the murderer. And I've got a date with one in exactly half an hour.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the rich racketeer. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the rich racketeer. It's Sunday afternoon in New York City. A cab pulls up in front of a large Central Park West apartment building, and two men get out. One of the men is big, beefy, and florid, while the other is slim and quick-moving. The two men hurriedly enter the building and ride the elevator up to the 10th floor, where florid face leads the way to one of the apartments and opens the door. Flo? Hey, Flo. Guess my wife's not home yet. Come on, Garland. Come on in. Let's get the door.
Excellent idea, Sullivan. Excellent.
Wait there and leave your hat and coat on. Won't take me but a second to write a check.
Check?
Yeah, check.
I think I'd rather have cash, Sullivan. I was much too good in court this afternoon to warrant a check.
Okay, so you were good. You were swell. You were better than usual. You're still the best business finagler in New York. But you're going to get a check.
Finagler is a nasty word. Almost as nasty as racketeer.
Yeah, but racketeer's better, Garland. You see, in my business, you don't have to pretend to be something you're not.
But you do have to be smart.
Yeah, that's right. You have to be smart. Now then, here's your check. Take it and blow. I got a date in a little while.
Only $1,000?
You're lucky to get that much. Hey, don't tear that up.
Why, you cheap chiseling punk. I saved your fat neck this afternoon. An income tax evasion charge is the only way they catch guys like you. And I cleared you. I got you off scot-free because there wasn't any evidence of the money you made. They could have ruined you.
Yeah, but they didn't.
No, they didn't. And I'll tell you why they didn't. Because I advised you not to keep any records or books. I told you to keep your profits on hand in cash and not to keep it in any banks.
So what?
So I want my share now, and I want it in cash. I know you've got more than 300 grand salted away.
You're crazy, Garland.
Oh, no, I'm not. I know you've got that money, Sullivan, and I want my share. I want it right now and fast. I want $30,000, and I want it in cash.
Oh, why, you stupid little... Say, hey, that's the way you want to play it, huh?
That's the way, Sullivan. I'm not bluffing. It's loaded, and I'm not afraid to use it. So if you want to enjoy your freedom, hand over the 30 grand.
Now, look, Garland, be reasonable. Put that gun away.
Not a chance.
But you're wrong. I swear you are. I'm broke. That $1,000 check I just wrote will practically wipe me out.
You expect me to believe that?
It's true. Now, listen. I know you deserve a bigger fee, but I can't give it to you now. Later, I'll try.
Quit stalling, Sullivan. Where's the money? I know you got it.
I dumped it in an oil deal out west. I thought I could really clean up, but something went wrong.
You never took a chance in your life, and an oil well is a gamble. You're a sure-thing player. Come on, Sullivan. Getting tired of holding this gun. Where's my $30,000?
I tell you, Garland,
Get it quick, Sullivan, or I'm going to pull this trigger. What the...
Larry, what in the world?
Look out, Flo. This gun might... No, you don't. Oh, yes, I do. Oh. That's better. I'll just keep this gun as a souvenir. Now get out of here before I break it over your head.
What's going on here, anyway?
Shut up. Okay, Garland, get going.
You made a mistake, Mr. Sullivan. A big mistake. I want that 30 grand, and I intend to get it.
That little bum might have killed me with his gun if you hadn't opened the door and banged into him.
That's too bad. If I'd known, I'd have waited outside in the hall.
What?
You heard me.
What's eating you?
You are.
Come on, spill it. What's on your mind?
A blue-eyed, baby-faced little blonde named Bonnie Shaw.
Bonnie? What are you talking about?
Get wise to yourself, Larry. Did you really think you were kidding me? Don't you think I know where you've been spending your evenings?
Now, wait a minute, Flo. You don't know what you're talking...
Take your hands off me, you big ape. I've been a sap for a long time, but now you're going to pay and pay plenty.
How did you find out about Bonnie and me?
A little bird told me.
I said, how did you find out?
And I said a little... You're going to be sorry for that, Larry. Very sorry.
Yeah? But not as sorry as you're going to be. Your little bird didn't tell you quite enough.
Sure, I've got a girl named Bonnie Shore, and I'm nuts about her. I'm going to divorce you and marry Bonnie just as soon as possible.
Really?
And I got more news for you, too, baby. Just in case you think you're going to hook me. I'm broke. I've been wiped out completely. You can't get a dime out of me.
That's too bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame. I feel so bad about it, I'm apt to bust out crying if I hang around here any longer. So get away from that door and let me out.
Sure, Larry, I'll let you go, but not with Bonnie Shaw.
Try and stop me.
Wait, Larry. You're forgetting something, aren't you?
Now, look, Flo. Put that gun down.
Why, Larry, I only wanted to hand it to you. It belongs to your lawyer friend. Don't you want to give it back to him?
Why, yes, maybe I'd better.
No. On second thought, I don't think he needs it as badly as I do.
You?
Yes, darling. I've just thought of a wonderful use for it.
Well, what are you going to do?
Why, can't you guess, Larry? I'm the forgotten middle-aged wife who's been dropped without a cent. I'm going in the bedroom and blow my brains out.
Oh, don't kid me, baby. You'd never do that.
You're so right, darling. I'd never do that.
Sorry I'm late, Bonnie, but...
Nice little hideaway you got here, Sullivan. Miles from the city. Woods all around. Lake out front. You couldn't have picked a sweeter love nest.
Who are you?
My name's Shaw. I'm Tom Shaw.
Shaw?
Yeah, I got a sister named Bonnie. Mean anything to you?
You're Bonnie's brother?
That's right.
Where is she?
She'll probably be along in a few minutes.
Say, I don't get this. Bonnie didn't tell me you'd be here.
She didn't know it.
And what are you doing here?
I'm telling you to stay away from Bonnie.
Maybe she'll have something to say about that.
Bonnie's just a kid. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Now, look, Shaw. You've got the wrong idea. I'm crazy about Bonnie. We're in love. We're going to get married.
No, you're wrong, Sullivan. And even if you meant it, I'd die before I'd let her throw herself away on a grafting racketeer like you. Guy who's old enough to be a father, who's already married.
You told my wife about Bonnie.
Sure, I told her.
Why, you little...
My jaw.
Next time, it won't be your jaw. It'll be your neck. Now get out of here and stay out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get out, Sullivan. But I'm coming back with a gun.
Operator.
I want to call New York City.
What number, please?
You'll have to look it up. I want to make a person-to-person call to Mike Waring, the private detective who's known as the Falcon.
You know, Angel, you got the bluest eyes. Yeah, they go so well, but... There. Hand me the phone, will you, Angel?
Don't answer it, Mike. Let it ring.
I got to hand it to me, huh?
Oh, all right.
Hello? You like that. Yes?
Is this Mike Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, it's the Falcon speaking.
Must be something wrong with this connection. For a second, I thought...
Oh, never mind what you thought. Just tell me what you want.
I want to hire you.
Right now?
Yes. Why? Are you working on something else?
Yes, I am.
Well, then drop it. This job's important to me, and I'm willing to pay plenty if you'll come out here right away.
Where are you?
In my cottage at Tello Lake.
Oh, it's 10:30 now. I couldn't get there much before midnight.
I know that.
All right, what's the job?
I'm working on a very important deal at the moment, and it's absolutely necessary to keep my movements secret. I'm pretty sure that somebody's been following me this evening. I want you to find out who it is.
You say money is no object, Sullivan?
None at all.
Okay, keep talking then. Just exactly where is this cottage of yours?
Hello?
Miss Sullivan,
Yes. Who's this?
The same guy who called you this morning.
You mean about my husband?
That's right.
Who are you, anyway?
Never mind who I am. I just found out where your husband is meeting Bonnie Shaw.
Where?
In the last cottage down the road on Tallow Lake. He's there now waiting for her. If you're interested in keeping him, you better go out and bring him home right away.
And if I'm not interested?
Well, in that case, you might drop him a farewell note. Because I have a hunch he's going on a long, long trip.
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfine for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
it's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
It's an hour and a half later. Mike Waring has just stopped his car outside Larry Sullivan's secluded cottage at Tallow Lake. The light is on in the living room, but the house and countryside are strangely quiet. Mike walks up to the front door and knocks. There's no answer, no sound from inside. He opens the door and stops suddenly. Across the room, with her back pressed tensely against the closed bedroom door, stands a beautiful, young, very frightened blonde. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. When I knocked and nobody answered,
I'm not scared.
You better try again, Angel. It's not that cold in here.
I don't understand.
You're trembling. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, have it your way. Where's Sullivan?
Larry?
I don't know his first name. He called himself Sullivan. He hired me to come out here.
Why?
Said he needed a detective.
You're a policeman?
No, I'm a private detective. Hey, what's the matter with you, anyway? Where's Sullivan?
He's not here. He's gone. He won't be back. Please, you'd better go now.
Now, wait a minute, Angel. Not so fast. What's behind that closed door?
It's just the bedroom.
Who's in there?
Nobody at all. Please.
Now, don't try to kid me, Angel. If Sullivan's changed his mind about needing a detective, he's not going to brush me without getting out his checkbook.
No, please don't open it.
No wonder you got the shakes. Blood gives me the jitters, too. This Sullivan?
Yes.
There's a bullet hole in the back of his head.
Larry.
Okay, you can cut out the act. I'm not impressed.
Act?
Yes, where's the gun?
The gun?
The gun you killed him with. It's not here. Where is it?
You think I killed Larry?
You just try to get rid of me. You're scared, silly, and you knew he was in there.
No, you're wrong. I didn't shoot Larry. I just got here a few minutes ago. I found him in there. I was frightened. I didn't know what to do.
Why were you tailing him tonight?
I don't understand.
He told me on the phone that somebody was following him. That's why he hired me. He wanted me to find out who it was.
I wasn't following Larry. I came here to meet him tonight. I loved him. We were going to be married just as soon as his wife divorced him.
He already had a wife?
Yes. She killed him. She must have found out about us and come here tonight.
That's possible. She might have been the person who was following him.
Of course, it must have been his wife, don't you see?
Well, not yet, but a little outside help might clear it up. Where's the phone?
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
No, wait. I mean, You've got to understand about us, about Larry and me.
Yeah, sure, I know. You can tell me all about it after I put in this call.
No, please don't call him
Now,
until...
look, Angel, you can't pump bullets at a bald spot without letting the police in on the fun. Somehow, I don't think they'd like it at all. Bonnie Shaw,
Yes, Mr. Waring. I've told you the truth. Larry and I loved each other. I had no reason to kill him.
Sullivan told me he was working on some sort of big deal. You know anything about it?
No, he never told me about his business.
What about Sullivan's wife? Did you know...
What's the matter?
Just heard somebody out on the porch. Keep talking, Angel.
I'm sure she must have found out about us.
You looking for somebody?
Tom, what are you doing here?
You know this fellow?
Yeah, of course I know him. He's my brother.
Bonnie, you've got to listen to reason. Come home with me. You can't throw yourself away on a no-good racketeer like Sullivan.
Tom, you're hurt. What happened to your jaw?
I came here earlier tonight to talk to Sullivan, but he couldn't see things my way. We had a fight, and he hit me.
Is that why you shot him?
Why? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Who are you?
A lot of people call me the Falcon.
Bonnie, what's happened? Where's Sullivan?
He's lying in there on the bedroom floor with a bullet hole in the back of his head.
He's dead?
Definitely.
Hey, let go of me. What's the idea?
Just wanted to see if you had a gun.
What, are you satisfied?
Oh, no, you could have thrown it away out there in the woods.
You think I killed Sullivan?
You said you had a fight with him tonight?
Yes, we had a fight, but I didn't kill him. I was plenty sore when he threw me out, but I cooled off after I called his wife.
You called Sullivan's wife tonight?
Yes.
Why, you contemptible
All right,
little...
take it easy, Angel.
I did it for your own good, Bonnie.
And Sullivan's wife did know about him and Bonnie.
Of course she knew. Wait a minute, maybe she did.
Of course she did it.
Why did you come back here, Shaw?
Well, after I called Sullivan's wife, I got to thinking. I thought that if she came out here, maybe the two of us could break this up.
Oh, sure. The police are going to love that story.
Did you call the cops?
Yes, of course. They'll be here any minute
I'm
now.
getting out. They're not going to find me
Not
here.
so fast.
Get out of my way!
You knocked him out.
Yes, well, he'll get over it. And it might jar him into telling the truth when the police wake him up for a chat.
My husband took the gun away from Mr. Garland and told him to get out.
Did you tell the police about that?
Well, certainly I told them. But they seemed to think that Tom Shaw was the killer. Of course, they said they'd question Mr. Garland this morning.
Mm-hmm. Did you leave this apartment last night, after your husband went out?
Why, no.
Could you prove that?
I don't think so. Why? What are you driving at, Mr. Waring?
Your husband was running around with another woman, and you had just found it out.
Do you think I killed Larry?
Your motive is even better than the others.
That's ridiculous. I couldn't kill anybody.
Well, you seem to be taking your husband's death pretty calmly. No tear-stained handkerchiefs or swollen eyes.
Why should I pretend? He meant nothing to me anymore. I didn't even mind the fact that he had this girl, Bonnie Shaw.
You weren't jealous?
Certainly not. I knew he was going to leave me, but I didn't care at all. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Waring. If I could have gotten money from Larry, I might have tried to hang on to him, or at least make him pay plenty to get rid of me. But he was wiped out. He didn't have a dime.
Your husband was broke?
Yes. He told me so last night, just before he went out. So you see, he was of no more use to me. I actually was glad he was going to leave me, but I certainly had no reason to kill him.
I see.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Garland.
Oh, forgive me for calling so early in the morning, Mrs. Sullivan. I wanted to see Larry before he went out. I'm sorry about that trouble we had last night, and I want to apologize.
You don't know about...
Is this the business manager you were telling me about?
Yes, this is Mr. Garland.
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Sullivan? Where's Larry?
He was murdered last night.
Larry's dead?
Yes.
Why, that's terrible. I had no idea.
Did you read the morning papers?
No. You see, I was upset about that quarrel last night, and I wanted to hurry over here as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm. That quarrel last night gives you a pretty swell motive, darling.
I didn't even know about the murder.
Yeah, well, you could be lying about that.
No, I'm not lying.
But you did threaten him.
Well, I was only bluffing. He owed me money, and I wanted it. I swear I didn't shoot Larry. I couldn't have done it. They took my gun away from me. It's still here.
There are other guns.
Well, I tell you, I didn't do it.
Tell me about this money you say Sullivan owed you.
Well, I did some financial work for him, and I felt he owed me a much larger fee than he was willing to pay. Naturally, that made me angry, and I guess I lost my head. I had the gun in my pocket.
Why?
Well, I always carry it. I have a license for it. There are certain people who have threatened me from time to time.
Okay. So you pulled the gun on Sullivan.
Yes. I thought I might frighten him into paying me what I wanted. It did frighten him, and he told me the truth.
The truth?
Yes, he was broke. He literally couldn't pay me. At first, I didn't believe him, but he finally convinced me that he was telling the truth when Mrs. Sullivan came in unexpectedly and gave him the chance to grab the gun.
Did Bonnie Shaw know that Sullivan was broke?
Who is she?
But didn't you know Sullivan had a young girlfriend?
No, I had no idea. I mean, I only knew him professionally. He never discussed his personal life with me.
Mr. Waring, isn't it just possible that...
That Bonnie Shaw killed your husband?
Yes.
That's why I wondered if she knew Sullivan was broke. He might have been stringing her along, telling her he was rich, and last night she may have found out the truth.
Hello, Mike.
What? What are you doing in my apartment, Bonnie?
Mike, I've been trying to find you all morning.
You don't waste much time, do you, Angel? It was Mr. Waring last night.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just slipped out.
Uh-huh. Well, make it a habit, huh? I like the intimate touch.
You look tired.
Yeah, I know. Working for nothing always wears me out.
I don't understand.
I've been using my talents out of pure curiosity this morning. Sullivan hired me last night, but he didn't pay me any money.
Then maybe you let me hire you.
You?
Yes, Mike. You've got to help Tom.
Have they arrested him?
Not yet, but they held him for questioning all night. He denies the murder, so they had to let him go this morning because of lack of evidence. But I want to hire you to find the real murderer.
Are you sure about that?
Of course. Please, Mike, please let me hire you to clear Tom.
I cost money, you know.
I don't have very much, but I'll try.
That mink coat you're wearing doesn't exactly look like a ticket to the poorhouse.
Don't let this coat fool you. I didn't pay for it. Larry gave it to me as a present.
Sullivan gave you that coat?
Yes.
When?
About a week ago. Why, what's wrong?
Sullivan claimed he was broke.
But that's ridiculous. He had lots of money. In fact, he told me he just made a tremendous killing in some sort of business deal, and that's why we...
That's why you what?
No, nothing.
Now, come clean, Angel. If you want my help, you've got to tell me the truth.
All right, Mike. I'll tell you the truth. Larry wasn't broke, I know. You see, we weren't going to wait for his divorce. We were going to South America together. In fact, he already had the steamer tickets.
And a stack of money in cash?
Yes.
You know where that money is?
No, Mike, I don't. I swear I don't.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you, Angel?
No, Mike, I wouldn't lie to you. I couldn't, you know that, darling.
Well, that's a nice try, but you'll have to do better than that. All right, wrap that mink around your lovely shoulders. We're going treasure hunting.
Where to?
Out to Sullivan's cottage on Tallow Lake.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
An hour has passed since Mike set out for Tallow Lake with Bonnie Shaw. Now they've arrived.
Mike, look.
Yeah, looks like a cyclone hit the place. Well, I'm not surprised.
The murderer was here searching for the money.
Yes, of course.
And he's beaten us to it. He must have found it if Larry had it hidden here.
Now, don't be too sure about that, Angel.
You don't think the money was here?
Oh, yes, I'm sure it was here. And I think it still is.
But why?
Well, look at this room. Everything is torn up, drawers are emptied, pillows slashed, rugs thrown back. Nothing's been overlooked.
I don't understand.
Well, it's simple, Angel. If the place was only partly torn up, it might mean the killer had found the money. But everything in here has been gone over carefully, and more than once. That means he hasn't found it yet.
And Mikey may still be here. Maybe we interrupted him.
Yes, maybe, but I've got another idea I like a lot better.
What?
The murderer knew about the money, but didn't get a chance to search for it last night after killing Sullivan. So this morning early, The killer came back out here, went over the cottage, but couldn't find the money. So the murderer got the bright idea of hiring me, a detective, to help find the missing cash.
Mike, you don't think that
Well, after all, Angel, you knew about the money and the others didn't.
Oh, Mike, the others could have known. Even Tom could have known about it.
Yeah, sure, but I don't... Oh, down on the floor, quick!
What happened?
Well, guess I owe you an apology, Angel. We did interrupt the murderer, and he just tried to kill me.
And he's out there in the woods. He may try to come up here.
Hold it.
What is it?
Listen.
Car.
Yeah, he must have hidden it in the woods. He missed once and decided not to try again, so...
What's the matter?
Look over there on the floor.
The wall mirror. The bullet smashed it.
Yes, and look what was hidden behind the glass.
An envelope.
An envelope. And full of $1,000 bills.
Larry's money.
Oh, brother, that's irony for you. The murderer couldn't find it, but his bullet did.
He's not a very good shot.
Wait a minute. Shot.
What?
Thanks, Angel. You just told me something I should have known 3 hours ago.
What do you mean?
The murderer. I know who it is now.
Who, Mike?
Sullivan's lawyer, Arthur Garland. Would you like a drink now?
Not until you tell me how you knew Garland was the killer.
Well, now that the police have caught up with him, I guess I can. You see, Garland made one little slip. A slip that I didn't recognize until you mentioned the word shot. Then it clicked suddenly.
What?
Well, you see, when I talked to Garland this morning, he claimed he didn't even know about the murder.
Yes.
Well, neither Mrs. Sullivan nor I told him any of the details, yet he knew Sullivan had been shot. He said, "I swear I didn't shoot Larry." Well, Sullivan might have been stabbed, poisoned, or bashed over the head for all he knew. So how else would Garland have known Sullivan had been shot unless he himself had done the shooting?
Mike, you're wonderful. I'd never have thought of that.
Well, you're not a detective, Angel.
No. But I might like to be a detective's wife.
All right, swell. I know a couple of boys in the force who'd love a wife like you.
Okay, Mike, you win. But you can't blame me for trying, can you?
No, not me. I like persistent women.
Oh, good. I'll have that drink now.
Okay.
Then I promise to try again.
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malteds? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The star of radio's Top Secret seemed unlikely to end up as a Hollywood personality. Alana Hammassey, known by her stage name of Alana Massey, was born in Budapest on June 16th in either 1910 or 1912. Her family in Budapest, Hungary, was abysmally poor. However, Alana looked beyond her humble beginnings and worked towards a dream of being an opera singer. At 14, she went to work as a seamstress for about $12 a week and parceled out a bit of her hard-earned money for singing lessons. It wasn't just her singing that turned heads. The blonde and blue-eyed Alana was exceptionally beautiful. Certainly that helped her hopes for a career on the stage. As a young adult, she went to Vienna to try her luck at the City Opera and worked as an understudy. According to one Hollywood biography, she got her chance when she went on stage for an ailing star. Others say that she was discovered by a Hollywood talent agent for MGM while singing at a party. But in any case, she found herself in Hollywood, contracted to MGM in 1937. Massey would learn English even while performing in movies. Within 2 years, she'd become fluent in English and was taking on larger roles. None of her movie roles were major hits, but her lovely singing voice and blonde bombshell figure kept her working in the business, whether in movies, on stage, or in some radio spots from the late 1930s through the 40s and most of the 50s. Her sultry voice and foreign accent may have been what suggested her for the lead role of Baroness Karen Gazer in the radio drama Top Secret. She continued her acting after Top Secret with some additional movies and television appearances. Alana was married 4 times. 3 were youthful and brief marriages, but the 4th in 1955 was to a highly placed Air Force officer, Donald Dawson, one-time aide to Harry S. Truman. Now, Hollywood's a long way from Washington, D.C., but it may be that Alana met Donald while picketing against communism at the Capitol. She had brought family members to the United States from Hungary, and the experiences they shared about life under communism rule turned her into an activist. Alana once remarked that she was a simple girl and probably always would be. Her early years of abject poverty caused her to be content with a roof over her head, clothes to wear, and enough food to eat. She seemed unsuited for the fairy tale world of Hollywood, and her plain speaking was not always considered proper for a star. This may be why, after her marriage to Donald, she made few acting appearances and settled into a life of the wife of a politically connected retired military man. Alana Massey passed away on August 20th, 1974, at Bethsaida, Maryland, after a brief illness. She was survived by her husband, and they had no children. For old-time radio researchers, I'm your announcer, Patrick Andre. Thank you for listening.
Pietro, keep your eyes on the road.
Oh, Baronessa, for 10 years I have driven a taxi in Rome. I know the city like my own cellar. Besides, so late at night, there is no traffic.
It wouldn't make any difference to you if there was.
Oh, Baronessa, do not be so serious. Come, sing a song with me.
Oh, no, Pietro. It's late and I'm tired.
But I'm your favorite taxi driver. Come, Baronessa, one chorus, huh?
Well, all right, but keep your mind on the driving.
La 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 la
Assignment 6 began in a nightclub in Rome. I had left Germany for good. Our counter-espionage ring in Berlin had blown up. I was operating alone as a singer in the club Ulpia near the Foro Romano. A week ago, even before I had finished my song, I noticed a man seat himself at my table, a table at the edge of the tiny dance floor, a table which was invariably reserved for me alone. Thank you very much. This is my table, senor. Men do not sit at it without an invitation.
Please, Baroness, extend that invitation. I have to discuss with you a matter of great urgency. Please, 3 minutes. Then if you wish, we'll leave.
Very well. 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Erich Kemka. I am German. I am presently employed by the Italian Mint. It is imperative for my wife and me to get out of Rome at once.
What are you afraid of? Your hands are trembling.
I am afraid for my life, Baroness. I have in my possession a secret of such immense importance that it could well decide Italy's future in the war.
What has that to do with me?
Will you have some wine, Baroness? I am not being forward, believe me. I know you are of the Hungarian nobility, but these are strange times, please.
Yes, if you wish.
Thank you. Waiter, some wine here, please.
You were saying, Herr Kemka.
I wish to sell you a secret which...
Sell it?
I know you are an allied agent, Baroness. And believe me, your government would consider the price very reasonable.
How much?
100,000 Swiss francs.
Surely you don't expect me to buy it blind.
No.
It's only the wine. Nobody's going to hurt you. There is Rodolfo. Thank you.
Thank you, waiter. Oh, take it out of this, please.
To your health, Herr Kemka.
Thank you, Baroness.
Now tell me, what is this all about?
It is a secret. A secret so fantastic that you will not believe it.
Well, if I don't believe it, I won't buy it.
I cannot tell you now. But if you will come to my apartment in the morning, here's my card. Kemka, 10 Piazza Chiesa Nuova. It is beside the library, apartment 2. The telephone is 41708.
Thank you.
Baroness, what I know can ruin Italy. This I will prove to you in the morning. Will you give me 5,000 now? Tomorrow, the rest, after you see the proof.
Will you wait a moment while I get my purse?
Certainly, Baroness.
Is that 41708?
Yes.
Does Erich Kemka live there?
Yes, but he's not in. I believe he went to the Club Ulpia. This is Frau Kemka speaking.
You are his wife?
Yes. Is there a message?
Tell me, what is your address?
10 Piazza Chiesa Nuova. Who is this?
Thank you. I will call later. Herr Kemka, I decided to trust you. Here's your 5,000 francs. If this secret is worth what you say it is, you will get the rest in the morning.
Thank you, Baroness.
And now I have to sing. Will you excuse me?
May I finish my wine? I will leave before you return to your table.
Of course. Good night, Herr Kemka.
Good night.
Thank you very much. And now I should like to sing for you one of my very favorite songs called Wie nur du allein. From somewhere in the smoky room a gun had been fired. I felt one of the bullets graze my hair. Instantly the lights went out, and when order was restored, Erich Kemka had vanished. The next morning, I contacted my assistant, the only other Allied operator in Rome whom I trusted. Victor was a Roman, but he had been brought up in America. U.S. intelligence had just recently sent him back to Italy. He was a young man, and a man of many talents. He drove me to Herr Kemka's house.
What was the address again?
10 Piazza Chiesa Nuova.
I see. You say you gave him 5,000 francs.
You know, there is something about Kemka that makes me believe him.
Like what?
He's queer. Victor, I've never saw a man so terrified. He shook. He could hardly drink his wine. And he left without getting his change from 10,000 lira note. Victor, that car! Marshal!
Esta de Porto!
It was deliberate. Deliberate.
Why, he came right at me.
I know, I saw it. It was deliberate.
Did you notice his license, Karen?
No. It happened so fast.
You're getting famous, Karen. That's twice in 12 hours somebody's tried to kill you.
I knew Kemka was telling the truth. This is something vital. I have a feeling that...
Wait. There's number 3.
Yes.
5. 7.
There it is. The one with the big door.
Let me go in first, Karen.
I started this. I'll finish it.
Watch your step.
Thanks.
fancy place, isn't it?
Yes.
A courtyard and a fountain.
Apartment 2. There it is.
A bottle of Asti says Mr. Kempka is out.
I'll take that bet.
He's probably still spending your 5,000 francs.
No, I'm sure he wasn't pretending. His terror was so awful.
Huh? At any rate, he's not in.
Try the door.
All right. It's open. Herr Kempka.
There is nobody home.
I don't think we should just walk in, do you?
Oh, Victor, look.
What?
Look over there.
Is that him?
Yes.
Right through the head.
What's in his hand?
Wait a second. It's a 10,000 lira note.
Let me see it.
Karen, this is no place for us.
Wait a minute.
Please, Karen, let's not get mixed up in anything.
Look at his clothes.
What?
His suit's brand new, not even wrinkled. And his shoes, the strap on his watch, it's hardly been worn at all.
What are you doing?
Just seeing where he bought his shoes. Take his watch off. Take it off, I said.
All right, Karen, but let's get out of here. This is a job for the police.
Why would he have 10,000 lira note in his hand?
I don't know. And Karen, the money's new, too. Look. It's wrinkled, but it's crisp, clean. Wait a minute. I think maybe I've got it. New money, new shoes, new watch. He must be passing counterfeit money. It must be. He can't go around changing 10,000 lira notes, so he buys something for 1,000 in order to get good money and change.
Did you get his watch?
Yes. Look, let's clear out of here.
I wonder where his wife is.
Oh, he's married?
Yes. I talked to her on the telephone. He knew this was going to happen. He knew last night someone would try to kill him.
He looks harmless enough now.
That he knew a secret, Victor. A secret worth 100,000 Swiss francs. I couldn't get Erich Kemp out of my mind. He had been afraid, terribly afraid. We couldn't locate his wife. Victor watched the house all day, but she did not return. I knew there was more to this than just a small-time passer of counterfeit money. What had his secret been? What secret could be worth 100,000 Swiss francs and be so vital as to affect the war efforts of Italy? I was determined to find out. First, I went to the store where Erich Kemper had purchased his new shoes. And it seems there had been a fire. Excuse me, officer. Where is Parachilis?
The Suspense, signorina?
Yes.
This is what is left. There was a fire early this morning.
Was anyone hurt?
The owner is Signor Cardotti.
Are any of the employees around?
See, over there. The short girl with the light hair.
Yes.
She wrapped the parcels, eh?
Thank you.
Do not go too close to the building, please.
Signorina. Signorina. Are you speaking to me? Yes. How did the fire start? Oh, I do not know. Early this morning, 5 o'clock, they say. You see, I'm trying to locate a man named Kemka, Erich Kemka. He bought shoes here very recently. Did you know him? No, Signorina. I only wrapped the parcels. Who looks after the money? All money was handled by Signor Cardotti. He's the first.
Good afternoon, Signorina. May I help you?
Yes. I'm trying to find out about this watch.
Si, Signorina?
It was bought here.
See, it is one of our best sellers.
Would you by any chance remember the man who purchased it?
Oh, Signorina, we have many customers.
You mean you keep no record of your sales?
Well, unless it was a charge account, Signorina.
Would you mind looking?
What name, Signorina?
Kemka, Erich Kemp.
Kemp?
What? What's the matter?
I do not know who you are, but please, there is something going on with this man. I get...
Oh, please tell me. Please do. I promise no one will know you have talked to me.
Well, late yesterday, just as we were closing, 2 men came in and at the point of a gun demanded money.
You were robbed?
No. They took 6 10,000 lira notes. They gave me others in exchange.
I don't understand.
They examined all the money I had taken in during the past 3 days. Only the 10,000 lira notes. They took 6, put them in an envelope. They did not steal them. The big one gave me 60,000 lira from his pocket. And, Signorina, they asked me the same question.
Did I know anything about a man named Eric Kemka?
The shoe store had been burned. The shop where he purchased his tie in the Corso Victorio was closed. There were heavy boards nailed across the door, and a sign marked, "Closed by government order until further notice." Closed by government order. Every single clue as to what had happened to Erich Kemper during the 48 hours before his murder led to nothing. Late that night, after my last show at the Club Ulpia, I took a taxi home. As usual, Pietro, my favorite driver, had waited for me. He felt it part of his job to see me safely home each night. Pietro, keep your eyes on the road.
Oh, Baronessa, for 10 years I have driven a taxi in Rome. I know the city like my own cellar. Besides, there is no traffic.
It wouldn't make any difference to you if there was.
Oh, Baronessa, do not be so serious. You're too young to be sad. Come, sing your song with me, eh?
Oh, no, Pietro, it's late and I'm tired.
But I'm your favorite taxi driver. Come, Baronessa, one chorus.
Well, all right. But keep your mind on your driving. La 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 la.
Did you see him, Baronessa?
I'll get the doctor.
No, Baronessa. The bullet is dead.
A bullet from the blackness of the Roman night and Pietro was dead. A kindly, warm-hearted friend dead. From a bullet intended for me. I spent a sleepless night going over what I knew about Erich Kemker. What had been his secret? That was his wife. Why had she disappeared? Why were the 10,000 lira notes so important? The next morning, I got in touch with an official in the Italian Mint. Kemker had told me he worked there.
I have heard you sing many times at the Club Ulpia, Baronessa. Many times.
Thank you, Commendatore Orsini.
Is there some way in which I may be of service?
Yes. I'm trying to trace one of your employees.
Ah. May I ask why?
Well, I'm curious about him.
Oh, surely one of the most sought-after women in Rome does not have to pursue her romance.
You forget yourself, Commendatore.
My apologies, Baronessa. What is his name?
His name is Kemka.
Kemka?
Do you know him?
Excuse me, Baronessa. I will be back in a few minutes.
I waited in the office. It was magnificently furnished. Suddenly, I noticed that the front drawer in the desk was slightly open. It was easy to open it a little more. There were 10,000 lira notes. Hundreds of them, all brand new. Why? Why does an official of the Italian Mint keep his desk drawer stuffed with money? The 10,000 lira notes.
Baronessa, I'm going to give you some advice. Forget about Erich Kemka. Forget you have ever heard the name.
But why? Why is this mystery about an ordinary little
He
man?
was not an ordinary little man. He was one of our most trusted employees.
Was?
He resigned.
Why?
Baronessa, keep your beautiful nose out of the Kemka affair.
He knew something, didn't he?
I repeat, Baronessa, forget him. Otherwise, something unfortunate may happen to you. Now go home and stay home. But Commendatore Orsini, why, he's one of the most prominent citizens in Rome.
Yes, but when he talked about Kemka, he used the past tense.
Even so, he just couldn't have murdered Kemka. It seems impossible.
Then why did he suddenly go white when I mentioned Kemka's name?
I don't know.
He jumped up and ran out of his office. The drawer in his desk is stuffed with brand new 10,000 lira notes.
Look, Ken, let's give it a rest for a while. Why don't you try to get some sleep?
All right.
You look exhausted.
I am.
Okay, I'll run along. I'll see you at the club around 10.
All right.
And lock this door, will you?
I will.
Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
sorry. She told me so herself. I am the Commendatore Orsini of the Italian Mint. I am ordering you to step aside. Nice. I will give you 5 seconds to get out of my way, and then... Gentlemen, this afternoon I was brutally assaulted in the hall outside this woman's apartment. I am certain Kim-Cut told her the facts. Somewhere a pair of 10,000 lira notes are missing. All the others were recovered.
But why is this woman not dead? She thinks at a nightclub it should be easy.
We are dealing with a baronessa, not a jeweler or a shoe clerk. She is internationally known. She has many influential friends.
So have we. Are we not the 3 most powerful men in Italy?
Well, what do you say, Alberto? Oh, the finger across the throat. A peasant gesture. All right. Tonight, I will do it myself.
Piccolina, I run a nightclub, not a school for the police. Do not meddle, Karen. Orsini is a dangerous man.
Did you bring the money?
I do not want you to be.
Did you?
Yes.
Let me see them quickly.
Karen, you're foolish. These are strange times in Rome, in all Italy. Mussolini...
Guido, let me see the money.
Here.
Is this all of them?
That is every 10,000 lira note I have taken in since last Monday. Sorry to be late, Karen. There's still no sign of his wife. I've had someone watching the house all afternoon. The both of you are the fools. You are meddling in something that is dangerous. When you are through with the money, Karen, bring it to my office, eh?
Victor.
Yes.
They traced his shoes, his watch. But they can't trace wine.
What do you mean?
I suddenly remembered that when Kemper talked to me here, he'd ordered wine. He paid for it. It was 10,000 lira note. He even forgot his change. In this bundle is every 10,000 lira note the club has taken in since last Monday.
Have you got the one you found on Kemper?
Yes.
Then we compare them, right?
Right.
All right. How about this one?
No. I wish we knew what we were looking for.
This one?
No. I know it has something to do with... Victor, look.
What?
That's the one. This one we found in Kepka's hand. That one is sent for wine. Look at them.
You mean... What are they both the same?
Yes.
They're identical. But Karen, it can't... This is unbelievable. This could ruin Italy.
That was his secret.
Do you realize what this will mean once people find out? It'll wreck the whole country.
That's what we are here for.
What are you going to do?
Tomorrow morning, every newspaper in Italy will headline this story.
Karen, you want it on the telephone?
Thank you, Guido. Wait here. I'll be right back.
Right.
Hello? Hello?
Hang up, Baronessa. Quickly, hang up. This is no time for fooling, Baronessa. You will come with me quietly, or I will cut your throat like a chicken.
So, Commendatore Orsini is a murderer.
You will take my arm and walk quietly out to my car. If necessary, I am quite willing to be arrested for your murder.
Even through my clothes, I could feel the point of his knife. We got into his car and tore through the streets of Rome at breakneck speed. It was when we reached the Appian Way that I saw the lights of Victor's coupe in the rear vision mirror.
Could that coupe possibly be following us? I wonder. This is a trick, Baronessa. Never try to race. It is much easier to let one's pursuer pass one. Come, Baronessa. Your head on my shoulder.
I won't.
The Orsini name is as good as yours. That's better. Now, who would suspect you of being kidnapped? You see, he never noticed. He thought we were lovers.
Where are you taking me?
My country house. I seldom use it now except for affairs of a delicate nature. Affairs like this.
I will tell you nothing. Nothing.
Stay standing, Baronessa, perfectly still against the wall. Don't move. I was clumsy with Kemka, but that was because I'm not at home with a gun. Tonight is different. Swift. Stand. Scream if you wish, Baronessa. This house is empty. There are no neighbors.
You monster!
Erich Kemka stole a bundle of 10,000 lira notes. We have recovered all of them except 2. Where are they?
They are quite safe. Whether you will kill me or not, every paper in Rome will publish the story in the morning.
Have you ever seen a knife-throwing act, Baronessa? No? Then perfectly strict.
No.
Surely, Baronessa, you do not want to die so cheaply. 2 10,000 lira notes. Who has them? Someone at the club? Tell me where they are.
I will never tell you.
The next knife will go through your arm, Baronessa. I will not kill you quickly as I did at Kemka. Your death will be slower.
In the name of heaven, who are you?
I am Erich Kemka's wife. For days I have sat in this house. I knew he killed my husband. When he admitted it, I shot him.
Well, it's in every paper now, Karen. Headline, 6 inches high. Prices of everything are soaring.
Everybody will want double salary.
Right.
Twice as much for goods. We couldn't have done more for the Allied war effort if we bombed Italy to rubble.
Runaway inflation.
It happened in Germany during the 20s. A loaf of bread was $1 million marks. You needed a suitcase to carry the money for a pair of shoes.
And it will happen here.
Within a week.
You know, I always thought the mint could print money anytime it liked.
For every piece of paper money, they need so much gold. Otherwise, the paper money isn't worth...
The paper it's written on?
Exactly.
I'd never have noticed the serial numbers were the same on those 2 notes, I tell you that.
The 2 notes became 1 note. Kemka made off with a bundle of them. They had to kill him.
Murdered for 2 10,000 lira notes.
Printed in duplicate.
You have just heard Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in another transcribed drama of intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Here she is with a clue for you about next week.
Next week, an experience I had in Switzerland. The terrifying story of Operation Dust. And of a wonderful friend whom I have never seen since. Operation Dust is a story which has been until now top secret.
You have been Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.